there for creating all things after your own counsel and your own pleasure. So no such thing as man-made. If you create all things, no such thing as free will. No, can't turn a goat into a sheep. Can't turn an ass. Somebody doesn't want to learn. Somebody's stubborn. Can't change an ass. So you got the donkey. I don't want to learn. So can't learn them. Don't try to. I know you're not supposed to try to turn a goat into a sheep, right? So it's not possible. You already know who will be called out in that the wedding feast of the Lamb's Book of Life. So I come in here and let's perverted, false ad or twist that's false, right? Anti the adversary on the opposition side. That's the word Satan's adversary. It's the definition of Satan, the adversary. So he said, don't add or take away, twist, change, or warp. So that's what most people, the earth, they forget this is Satan's world, the adversary, to pervert, forward the words. They take words and twist them, make them their own. It's idolatry. Make your own translation. Your own version. Oh, they never answered. No, I tried a couple times, but they never answered, and they tried to call back, and so they did. It's just another rug pulled by father. He likes to beat me often, so oh well. I try. It's not for lack of effort. I tried and I tried again, but I won't try again. I tried. It's okay. It's a little hope, but you know what? How that hopium works out. Drinking the Kool-Aid and slam the hopium. So no hope. It's all in Father's hands. As much as I'd like to go back in time, I can't go back and change anything. So shut here one day at a time. In time. So at least I have a date at this point in time. Didn't have that for a while, so we'll see what happens. So will the Deagel maps come to pass? So a lot of people got to get out alive real quick. No birthday next year. And those numbers have mostly the Christian base faith, right? Well, the believers in what people would want to call Jesus. How about that? That's the translated name. Trans. So he said don't translate, but that's his name. So name is Shem, and Japheth. Shem meant leader, that meant ox or authority. Aleph, or Aletheia, truth. He said I'm the Aletheia. So to add is not that's not the truth. That's idolatry. It's your own version, your own words, your own agape. Well, pornea. Idolatry. Those that serve their eyes and lovers of self. They jerk their own chain, if you will. Pornea is the Greek word. Pull their own, whatever. They're tied to the blockchain, if you will. Spinning on a block, I guess, or something. I'm spinning on a block, on a rock, on a ball. Are you spinning on a ball? Remember I said forward? That means just spin, twist, or add, or take away, or warp. Same thing. The same. Perverted. Perverted. That's right, they're perverted. To pervert means to warp, right? Change, translate, like a transgender God, 3-in-1 God, all in one. Man, beast, and woman. Our God is a God of 3 genders. The gender bender God with breast. Your God has breast. Your God is a God in the sky. There's no gods in the sky. Gods in the sky. That's why he divorced his bride Israel. They thought there were gods in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. Heaven's not above your head. You're just an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. He said, come out of her, my people. And on the sky. Man. God is a title. Only. Only. What is this only? That's like every time. Every time or only, make up your mind. How about I'll make up your mind for you? It's mind over matter. I don't mind and you don't matter. Yep. Just like that. When you move, never mind. Never mind. Remember, it's mind over matter. You don't matter. And I don't mind. I'm out of my mind. So I just thought I would come in here and tell you about these antichrist idiots. AI. People think a computer's alive. A computer's alive. A computer is a 0 and a 1. And actually, there's no 0. That's a placeholder. So it's just 1 through 9. So I live in a world that thinks they're spinning. It's perverted, remember? Pervert. The world I live in is perverted. They're earthly beings that are ruled. They're ruled by their dialect, their tongue twister. Tongue twister. Remember? Perverted. So they like to twist your words and gaslight you. So robot lives matter. Oh my God, they give them rights. They already did, Los. They already gave these computer rights. It's too late. The boat has already left the harbor. Pretty soon they're going to pull the GOV. Or, well, the government. You know, the government's got their GFOs, their government flying objects. So these people think there's gods in the sky. And they're robots. They've been hauling them up there for decades. Going to drop them on everybody, tell them there's aliens. Like Michael Jordan slam dunk, like Marvin the Martian, slime creatures from outer space. I don't know what's wrong with these people. They think they're in space. They've never looked at the heliocentric model. You know, helio, like the sun. It's not you, it's not CO2, it's the sun. Oh. Which one? His greatest weapon? There we go. Shazbot. Shazbot. Johnny Five alive! Johnny Five! See, they've been programming you. Remember? I am standing there beside myself. I am sporting a very tremendous Woody. Oh, I don't do a very good Persian, right? Is that Persian? Like, yeah, I think that's, oh wait, Aramaic or Arab, yeah, Arabic. Oh, how about Aramaic? Oh, the old tongue twister tied, and like I said, don't cut the knot, just untie the line. It's a fine line. Like walk the line, leave your lead foot on the line, bring your 12 foot up, take a small series of steps, counting out loud, heel to toe passion, 1, 2, heel to toe 3. Oh, not that kind of walking the line, my bad. Damn. Don't be drinking and be driving your your autonomous self-driven motor vehicular. Do you drive or do you travel? I only travel, I don't drive. Oh, I only travel, I have the right to travel. I'm not operating in commerce, only operating in a private capacity, so you won't drive me. I have travel, organic right to travel, natural right, color law, Black's law, law of the land. How about that? Travel. You want to go back in time? How about time travel? Oh, goodness. Goodness. What do we do with our words? No, we don't want your subscription. We don't do shout outs. You make me want to shout, scream my hand, shout, love my hand, shout. All right, there we go. How was that? It's my shout mix. Like, shout, shout, let it all out. Oh my goodness. Like the stain buster shout, like you doing a load of laundry in here or what? Come on, I'm talking to you, so come on. That's got some pretty good music going there. Oh, there's our shout out. How do you like the shout out? Oh, we shouted out like the stain buster that you put in your laundry, right? You make me want to shout. Oh, never mind. Stop being so loud in here. Turn your volume down. Oh, man. Well, today, one day closer to death. How about that? That is exciting. Woo, boy. I'll tell you what. What? We creep further towards the the alien having money mindset. My mindset is monetary, huh? Money is secondary. Oh, respect is primary. My mentality is so monetary. It kind of ordinary, kind of boring to me. It's fake as wrestling. Inventions and some hard movies. I make it hard to see them. I be in mausoleum. If you so much as touch a centimeter, per diem. Imagine me committing murders as rather than flipping burgers. And if you're nervous, just be at the Sunday service. The worst is yet to come. I'm a veteran. I get my money late night like David Letterman. You better run. I'm like a handgun and a of a little one. I'm like an accident just waiting to happen. Bad blood. Y'all gonna need tampons. We come through letting loose like these Uzis and M1s. Knocking motherfuckers out they Nikes and M1s. Yeah, that's what we think about your Bentleys and mansions. What's he talking about? Talking about his monetary. Monetary, my mentality is so monetary. You're kind of oriented. It's the worst thing to experience. Why do you have a stupid American flag in your name? I wipe my ass and shit on the American flag. I hate the American flag. I'll burn it, fly it upside down. If you're gonna fly it properly. So, American flag's an apostasy. So are all flags. Flags. Well, the next false flag, how about Project Blue Book? Then you won't even see that flag coming, will you? Be waving that thing around and be like, huh? No, it's not just flag. It's a piece of shit nation that destroys all the other nations. So that's a stupid flag, and I wipe my ass for the American flag. It's not just a flag. It's a stupid flag. So all flags are dumb. Da-dum-dum-dum. So I'll wipe my ass for the American flag till they return this to a constitutional republic, gold and silver. No reason to fly a flag unless it's upside down. You're not doing yourself any justice. So take that and stick that in your bank account, your Venmo or whatever digits on the screen you got going. Be grateful that I'm not. Fuck America. You're a stupid fucking American, aren't you? Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here, you dumbass American. Get the fuck off this stream. Get out of here. Leave. Don't even say anything. You don't know nothing about any other country. You ain't never left. I took an oath to the right of the people. Leave, you stupid ass motherfucker. You don't know shit about any other country. You ain't been on the bullets of all these, depleted uranium, greatest Air Force, Army, Navy, Marines. You haven't been on that for, 50 plus years, all bombs fall in your backyard. All rent's coming to you, stupid ass. Hate that American flag. Repulses me. So, that's what you get for flying it in here. Go fly your stupid flag somewhere else. So, if you're going to fly the American flag, fly it upside down. We have military in 25 states. And you're still flying it right side up. You told me it's not a nation in distress. Military in 25 states. Yeah, right. Stupid Americans. Citizen. I ain't no citizen. I don't operate in commerce. I'm not merchandise. I don't claim state national. I don't claim citizen. Fuck this stupid country. All the stupid people in it. There's good people here, just like there's good people all over this rock. But some of the worst people in the whole wide world come right here out of this belly of the beast. Because they have the First Amendment right to speak up, right? They don't even say anything worth a shit. It's all that comes out of their mouth. Mostly just a bunch of swine, a bunch of drug pushers, or they want to see your Negro. Some of that bunch of racist pigs, swine. So they'll get fired out of here for speaking up. Come in here. I get the flag. No, it's not a flag. It's a repulsive. Wipe my ass with a flag. What's that have to do with the right of the people? Nothing. What's it have to do with the First Amendment? Nothing. So burn it. Wipe your ass with it. If you're offended by a flag, then you're some person that's got some kind of pride. And pride's a sin. Sin. Remember? A sin. So take that, stupid ass. I hate flags. Like I said, especially the American flag is the worst one of all. Well, the Israel flag, the triangle up. Triangle down. Turn up, turn down for what? Okay, whatever. Man. Oh, Starving David. Right. Blasphemy. So. Don't come in waving flags in here or you get thrown out or you get a talking to. So. We burn all the flags in here. Because they have their false flags. You don't even see a false flag coming because you're waving your pride flag. How about that? This little rainbow rabbit. Tricks for kids. Need some little frosted lucky charm. Luck? There's no such thing as luck. No such thing as free will. So, bet you'll never come back in here waving that flag again, huh? Stupid American. I'm making. Nope. I'll have to assert my right to remain silent. My Miranda right, Fifth Amendment. Anything you say and do will be used against you because you can leave the can out of it. It's irrelevant from an evidentiary standpoint. It's actually a can, you can. Anything you say and can and do, full of shit is what you are, but never mind. Mountain Dew? How about Mountain Dew? Yep, there we go. Drink your antifreeze. You should just call it antifreeze. Here, have some freeze anti-bubbly carbonic acid antifreeze. What flavor would you like? The Code Red or the Lahaina? Maui Blast. They don't have a Lahaina. They got a Code Red, right? How about a Code Brown? Oh, Code Brown. This channel's so organic. We go off the viewers. Up with thank you for sponsorship from viewers like you. No, this is Dad. You're not coming here and eat my pizza. Get away from me. This is Dad's. Dad's pizza. There's a pizza on the wood stove. Pizza on the wood stove. I'm heating up some pizza on the wood stove. We got the wood stove going. Got some wood that I found off the side of the road in the woods. Woods to the wood stove, so throw the wood in the wood stove. Then we get some pizza, some meat and bread. That's all right. It's not the end of the world. Not yet. That's a long way away. We made it to the end of the world. The end of the world's, whew, we got a ways to go for that. Waves and waves of sorrows. Oh, man. Yeah, I like the juniper. That's my favorite wood to burn in the stoves, the junipers. Love juniper. Burn juniper and lodgepole. This is some pine that I got over the pass, coming over the pass from 58. Highway 58 coming up that side. Not the Santiam, but the where you go through Salt Creek and up and over the Crescent Cutoff. Take the Slauson Cutoff and cut off your Slauson. No. My dad used to tell me that. There was a name of a street in LA. Slauson. So, anyways, we're letting the pizza get warmed up on the wood stove. So, Trying to stay off the breads and the pastas. Trying to eat less of that and more meat, red. So eat a lot of red meat anyways. Gotta eat more meat than anything else. Always have. Or what it is. I'm a meatitarian. I see meat, I eat. Oh. But I don't really eat all the meat I used to eat because I don't eat pork or seafood or chicken very often unless I raise it. So beef, it's what's for dinner. And these people like to eat their slime burgers, pink slime. That's not meat. That's not meat. That's like they're probably putting all kinds of stuff in there for you. A little bit of extra for you, so you can Soylent Green or what time? Yeah, I do from time to time. It's good for your body. I'm not giving any health recommendations, but most people turn into a nightmare after, and they never missed a meal in their whole life. Talk about a coddle generation. So your body goes through a process when you don't. Well, if you just eat 3 meals a day, you never let your body supposed to do what it's supposed to do. So most people can't go. I don't know. They're a nightmare after about 8 hours. They go for about 5 or 6 hours to hungry to angry, and after about 7 or 8 hours, you get about hangry. Hangry. They're hangry people that they lose their minds. They're not thinking with their heads anymore because their gut starts rotting, and they've never heard that. They're like, oh my God, I'm motivated by empty mouths waiting at home. Careful. People used to say these people think with their gut, with their stomachs. Get up in the morning, you're a caveman, woman, or you're like, man, I need to get something to eat before it gets cold. Find a place to lay down before it gets cold. So, no, you're not eating my pizza. So, I try not to eat crappy food. So, my dogs eat better than I do. They do. They eat good. Oh, puppy dog. Well, I eat it good. I eat diamond lemon rice. No, you can't have pizza. No, he's looking at the pizza on the wood stove. See that? He saw the pizza up there on the wood stove. You silly puppy dog. I love that boy. He's a good kid. Nope, that's not for you. Ooh, that's hotter than a humped up fox there. Oh boy, oh boy. That didn't take long on the old wood stove. Ooh, boy, I'll tell you what. What? All right, so we're going to heat that up. That won't take long. Kick that bad boy back over there and should be ready to eat momentarily here on the old stove. Yeah, puppy will get the pizza bones. We shouldn't, but we will. We don't give them a lot of people food. They don't eat too much people food at all. Why? They get the diamond lemon rice every day. That's better than the stuff we get at the store. Don't have all the preservatives and corn syrups, all the extra crap in it that we get at the store. So we just eat food flavored poison, basically. What kind of food flavored boxed bag or canned poison would you like today, sir, ma'am? Yeah, but I don't, I don't tallow or whatever, but I don't use it because I used to use pork lard a lot more. Yeah, I need to cut those ladies down. I need to take those ladies down. Tomorrow I need to take the ladies down. So I gave the, oh damn, that thing was fast. Gave a friend who came by just the tip today. It's like, hey, you want just the tip? She's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, nay, no. So, but we had to share. So she gave me a little bit of some of her herbonics that she grew. Share, and so you know how that is. You share and share, like, woo, that's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Look at that pizza got hot. I think I got a little hot there. Sorry, to be all right. Mm-hmm. Jeez. Got a little crunchy. Yeah, like that's why like, people who smoke weed or smoke pot or smoke whatever you want to call it, marijuana, and not crack. Oh. Because people who smoke herb, they kind of share, you know. This is the way people are I always find people who partake in herb or they like to partake with others. I mean, you always got, you know how many thousands of bowls have smoked alone? I smoke alone. Yeah, all by myself. Oh wait, that was George Thorogood. I drank a little, but never mind. You get the idea. So. When you guys are singing that song, I hear you in your head. When I smoke alone, I prefer to be by myself. Oh. Nice, heck yeah. Just love it. It's just a different crowd, man. When you ever had one of your friends that just basically smokes herb come over and steal your shit so he can buy a bag of herb from somebody? Come over and steal something so he can buy some herb. I don't hear that happening. Why'd you have to steal it, man? I would have just gave it to you, man. No. No. We used to talk about that, you know what I'm saying? How you took, because I'm a prior law enforcement officer, prior police officer, prior drug recognition expert, prior, prior DUI instructor. You know, I know this. If you took a room with like 3 hours, you took people who were and watched them through it, and there, look what happened to people who would drink in 3 hours, and look what people who were just like partaking in herb. It's a big difference between the two. You can fill in the blanks for yourself. You can imagine, right? Give them all the alcohol, open wet bar, let them drink till they're stupid. You know? Imagine what that would be like when you were watching the two rooms. You had a room full of, 5 guys just drinking alcohol, whatever mixed drinks, and then you had the people just smoking in that room. What would happen after what would happen after an hour? What do you think? What would be going on in the rooms, They might be different room in about an hour, huh? I mean, over here, you got to give the people alcohol and the wet bar. They probably want like peanuts and stuff like that, some bar drinks, some, maybe like, but, the people over here, they're like, they want bags of chips, gallons of dips, the whole, can you imagine like a couple hours in what it would be like these people in here getting louder and, what I'm saying? Banging on the window. What the fuck? We want more alcohol. This be like second hour, second hour, what I'm saying? Those people will be banging on the window like, dude, we're out of dip in here, man. We need some more dips in here, man. So I'm just, whatever. I'm just imagine though. After a couple hours, he might be fighting with each other and stuff, right? Come on, you know what I'm saying? Somebody be. These guys are chilling on the couch over here. Stuck on some indica. He got Velcro butt. Like, whoa, man. After about 3 hours, Can you imagine what happened after 3 hours? Probably have to call the cops after 3 hours. Open wet bar, you know what I'm saying? Kind of silly. Because I drafted and I'm being sent to Ukraine soon. Oh man, that sucks. Are you going over to Ukraine? I didn't. They're fighting over the last chicken nugget, man. No, that's my nugget, man. No, we got plenty of munchies, man. They're not fighting over nuggets. Oh, that's kind of silly. So, anyways. So, you Black Ops, you said you're rather doing Canadian prepper stuff? Nice. All right. Okay, the puppy dogs, the pizza bones. That's it. That only got one slice. I don't need to eat more. I don't need to be eating no more than that. Dad should be eating no pizza. We'll take a drink of our coffee. We got a new coffee. We went into town today. One of these mocha jobbies. What are they? Mocha Delight. It's just poison. Food flavored poison. Oh, caffeine. Oh, and sugar. Oh boy, that's strong. I'm the only one here I can drink out of the carton. Leave me alone. I live alone with my puppies. My puppies don't get coffee. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? I can't eat like that. I used to eat so much pizza. We used to go to the buffets. I used to just eat like a freaking, oh my gosh. It's, I've been thrown out of a buffet before. So, you're shutting her down when you get kicked out of a buffet. Out the buffet. Oh, man. So it's good for a treat. Like I said, I don't drink those very often, so I'll make it last for days, I know some people would drink that in one day, tuck it down, Or are you on the Russian side of the war there, Black Ops? Because I don't like either of that crap that's going on over there. I'm a veteran. I think it's all bullshit. The U.S. has caused it. Fuck the United States. I think it sucks that people over there in Ukraine are having to fight because many of them, that's like Americans, that's like, people in Florida fighting people in Washington. You are almost nearly fighting people that are mostly Russian speaking in Ukraine. I hate that war that people, America, sucks, man. If you know anything about Ukraine and you're not one of these ignorant puke Russians, and I'd rather live in a Russia than America right now, because there's ignorant ass Americans. Ukrainians don't want to die over there. Well, a lot of them speak Russian, right? Most of the Ukrainians speak Russian. It used to be Russia. It used to be part of all these Baltic states. People have forgotten. These Americans don't even know what the hell's going on over here. What a disgusting war that the United States has caused by sending all these people right on the border of Russia there in NATO, I don't like Putin at all. I don't like what he's doing, but he's showed a lot of reserve, and it's all controlled anyways. It's just a big meat grinder is what it is. I don't like Russians to die. I don't like Ukrainians to die. I don't want either of you guys to die. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. And the U.S. is the one who's caused it. Bringing in all those chemical, Vladimir Putin found all those chemical labs that the U.S. is funding. Since we went over displaced, Poroshenko put the part of the chocolate king in there, right? Elected government, stole all the gold. The U.S. is Ukraine. The U.S. is, now, right? Taking over. We're funding those wars. We're the ones sending in our satellite imagery so we can bomb the hell out of Moscow. And I can't believe that Vladimir Putin has not nuked the living piss out of these countries. And I'm not for war at all. I'm not for war. I know. I'm just saying, know over here, Elmore, that I'm not one of these stupid fucking Americans that thinks this is okay. And I know that we caused it. We caused it. America's the reason why, because we're sending people up to the border of Russia with the NATO and Ukraine. I'm not for either side. I just want you to know there's people over here in America that don't support either of it. And I don't like that they're sending you, deploying you. I don't know who you are, but I don't think you should be sent to the meat grinder over some banksters wars. This banksters wars is what this is. War doesn't decide decides who's left. Well, this is not right. Why is everybody falling that it's Ukraine doing this? America is the one who's funding this. That's why I've been telling everybody over here, you've been killing Ukrainians with your tax dollars, and Russians. This is stupid. This is dumb. It's a waste of people that don't want to lose their life. They're taking the average fighting age. They're trying to change the inscription age. I think it's like 42 or 43. I don't mean to go there because you guys in Russia have just been grinding the living hell out of those Ukrainians on the front line. They've had to bring in other people. So, what a bunch of bullshit. Fucking hate war. Fuck Vladimir Putin. Fuck Vladimir Zelensky. Fuck Donald Trump and fucking all these presidents who are, this war doesn't decide who's right. It decides who's left. So, they're going to draft American women. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, Ross is up on this. This is so much bigger than just what they see on the surface. This has to do with oil once again. Thank you, Ross. This is about resources, brothers, sisters. This is it. And then the children die over, resources. So the banksters can be rich. All the corporations can keep funding their wars. as they send the finest of the finest, the 18 to 30. And like I said, in Ukraine, it's over 42, 43 years old because they've already sent all those people into the meat grinder or they fled the country. So they can't even come with fighters for Ukraine because the Russians have been just crushing them. You wouldn't see that if you watch the news here in America, but both sides have been taking the beating. But it just sickens me, man. Somebody coming in here and they're going to go get drafted and they're on the Russian side. You know, I don't care if they're on the Ukrainian side or the Russian side. These people, this is bullshit. But guess what? America, you go to work tomorrow and you pay a W-2 tax dollar. Guess what? You are going to be an accessory, whether this man kills a Russian, woman or Ukrainian woman or man. You paid for it, America. You paid for it. You fucking pay for it when you go to work and you fill out a W-2. So you're not getting away with that. You are an accessory to murder. Whether you realize whether you're this Russian man that's getting drafted or some Ukrainian, you still paid for it. You all will be an accessory at your judgment. So you're not going to get out of this. Stop making excuses. You pay a W-2 tax dollar. You pay to kill Ukrainians and Russians. If you think about it, what I'm saying, yeah. These going over there, these Ukrainians that are dying, and you're paying for that war, and you're paying to drone the shit out of people in Russia. So you're killing Russians and Ukrainians with your tax dollars. You're just fine to going to work tomorrow, though. You'll just keep going to work, won't you? The war has been going on for how many years now? Bullshit, man. And these people just keep going to work every day like it's okay and not realizing that they're an accessory to murder. They're going to have the blood on their hands. They may not have had an AK or an AR or an M16 or whatever, assault rifle, whatever, but they have blood on their hands. And people don't like to be told that. Now, the U.S. has plenty of oil. We have our reserve up there in Alaska, the pipeline, and BP and all that. We got plenty of oil. We have a reserve. Yep, I tried to tell everybody that, Bane, when they threw out the elected government and overthrew elected and put in Poroshenko, the chocolate king, and stole all the gold and brought it over here to the U.S. I was blogging back in 2014 in Kiev, the Donetsk agreement, and all that. So been on this, man. Yep, I was blogging back then on this channel about these exact events. Kind of ironic, huh? Some of us been doing this for a long time, kind of long in the tooth here. So we're reaching an apex here. We really are. I mean, it's going to get worse. It's not the end, but the beginning of sorrows. So I see where they're taking this. So that's right. The money printer. This is just like Weimar, Germany. Same thing. Brown shirts with our... yeah, it's crazy, isn't it, Bane? I mean, this is crazy. This is a hard thing to watch, but it's scripted. You're not going to get in the way of it. Look at silver hit $52, almost $53 today. Gold's at an all-time high. It's an indicator of chaos. It always is. These are the safe haven assets. People always flush to the metals that are going to retain value. So that's why they went over there and overthrew. That government went over there, stole all the gold over there. U.S. did. We're the tyrants of the whole world. So we're the pain in everybody else's ass. They don't have any bombs falling in their backyard yet. So, yeah, it's not like nothing new under the sun. It just repeats itself. These are cycles, the debt cycles, the 80-year, the Jubilee cycle, the Heinrich cycle, all these different, the Yuga cycles. These are all cycles, and they know the cycles, so they ride the cycles. The celestial cycles, they're riding this debt cycle. The reserve cycle is 80 years. When did the U.S. get the reserve currency? In 1945. It's been 80 years. Time's up. Time's up. It's a reset. Like the fifth turning of the 400-year cycle. 2,000 years times 6,000 years in the past was the Noah event. 6,000 years in the future. Here we are, the great 12,000 year cycle. They know these cycles. They ride the cycles, brothers, sisters. You're in their way. You're in their way. The man who can hold on to the most in this next cycle will win the most. That's what they do. That's why they rush to things like gold and silver that hold their value. I'm not giving any economic advice. Never had to sell all my gold and silver. It gets stolen every time. Don't tell anybody where it's at. And there's no third-party risk. Remember? Any silver up here anywhere? Hit 52 bucks today, guys. 52 bucks. It's just getting ready to take off too. Yeah, nothing changed. Just the regime names change and their counts move. same 8-10 families. Nothing new under the sun. Yeah, the purple people eaters. Yeah, pretty much. You know, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the DuPonts, the Gates, the Trumps, the Clintons, all these same players in the game. The Werners, all these. Yeah, I know. So, nothing new. Repeat itself, but it often rhymes. Or Gerald Celente says, history repeats itself, but with a twist. The economist Gerald Celente. So, Gerald Celente with trends in the news. So, he's got a potty mouth like me, doesn't he? So, oh, well, he tells you like it is. You ever see Gerald Celente? He does a show with Judge Napolitano. So one of the best shows on YouTube. Hands down, one of my favorite shows to watch is Judge Napolitano and Gerald Celente with trends in the news. You guys ain't watching that, you're missing out. That's one of the smartest men on this rock, Judge Napolitano. That dude is a freaking legend. Yeah, I love Gerald Celente. He's a potty mouth like me. Bullshit! He's got his bullshit button or his, yeah, whatever. Oh my gosh. Oh well. It happens. I think silver and gold are almost out of my reach now, you know what I'm saying? You guys better be scooping up those copper pennies. I already told you, those copper pennies going to be worth, you're not going to want to live in a world when a copper penny's $2 and $3. Maybe $5. It's going to become a scrapper's world then. They'd be turning over couches and flipping over washing machines and shit. It's going to be like, you mad. You're going to wish you were Maximus. Yeah, isn't Judge Napolitano a fucking brilliant man? Just loves the Constitution, you know, and really, truly a man who understands the Constitution where most people don't even understand our Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Constitution have come far. But he is probably one of the most well-versed United States, you know, well, whatever. I don't like to do the whole citizen, but he definitely is an amazing when it comes to a man that knows the rights of this country. And he has stood up for him for a long time. So if you don't watch Gerald Celente, and he's at Trends in the News, I think it's just under Gerald Celente here on YouTube. He does a show with Judge Napolitano once a week. Tuesday, I think they meet up. It's freaking outstanding. It's freaking, I love it. Never gets old. I try to always watch it. So they really do a good job. Like I said, if you get over but expect the world to resist you. That's right. That's right. That's what they do. Yeah, I didn't hunt that. I took that in as a as partial payment. It's just a teaching for the Father is the ram, Aries, representing Aries. Remember, he declared Shiloh the lamb. That makes Father the ram. Well, not just that, Ross. But listen, hear me out, Ross. You're smart enough. And I've been telling people that because I've been going back to some of these places that like been telling 50, like, dude, you told me to buy silver when it was like $15, man. You told me to buy silver. It was like $18, man. I talked to a couple people today, went into town. I said, what was the price of I was telling you? You were going out around everybody with a $20 bill to everybody when it was less than that. What would you rather have, this $20 bill or this piece of silver? You were doing that for years with everybody. $52. Like, damn, dude, really? I'm like, dude, I told you could have bought some, you know. It's still probably not a bad rate. When silver's $52 now and it goes to $300, you're going to care that you bought it for $52? So, but hear me out, brothers, sisters. This is the next silver. When people can't get their hands on this anymore because it's unobtainium, first it's going to become unaffordable. Then it's going to become unobtainium, where you just can't get it. There's not that much silver. People think there is, but there's not. It's a $900 billion market cap on silver. It really is a teeny tiny market. It's like the smallest of all the markets. And if the derivative market, you know, even if like just the you know, fraction would try to squeeze into the silver market, it would blow the silver market out. And that's why they've been slowly letting this, you know, with the COMEX. If you know anything about the commodities exchange, you know, the SLV and the GLD, they've been pretty good at doing what they've been doing here with the gold. See, silver's the bank killer. We used to be on a silver standard, bimetallic, and they took us off and put us on the Bretton Woods Agreement. I used to have gold, but remember I had to sell my gold to get the attorney, but it don't matter. It is what it is. I don't want to remember. Probably got my son and daughter killed over gold and silver. Sometimes this is hard for me to talk about now, but it is what it is. Remember, we were on a bimetallic standard. When these two compete each other against each other, you can't control the metal. But when they put us on a single gold standard, that's what the Bretton Woods Agreement, they can control that. This has been going on since the 1700s. Silver is the bank killer. It truly is. Save silver and save lives. They put this in all this, you know, the military industrial complex. This is the lifeblood, not oil. This is what makes all the machines. You know, silver swipe. You're swiping your phone because of silver. That's what it takes to make the swipe in your phone, make the swipe. You know, any circuit. This is the truly probably the one of the most widely used, if not the most valuable metal on this rock. I'm not saying that gold doesn't serve its purpose, but let's move on in the conversation. When this becomes hard to get, because it's going to get more expensive, okay? That's Ross. That seems. I don't think that's far off, and I know that we think because people thought never we'd ever see $50 silver again. Bull and snot. We just blew through, and we had like a $2. Ross, I talked about silver days were to go up by $1 a day. It just went up for like $2 and something cents. We might see $10 and $20 days. So I'm not saying, I'm not making any prediction. Anything's possible. They can make it go to a click of the mouse. Silver is not the end at all. You don't know anything about silver. I didn't say it's the end. Shut the fuck up. Don't come in here and talk shit out the side of your face. Silver's not easy to find. They scraped all the surface silver. You're an idiot. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. Look at this dumbass gonna come here and talk about fucking like he knows anything about precious metals. Shut the fuck up. Get out of here, dumbass. You're a shit. You don't know anything about the industrial side, photovoltaics. You don't know anything about industrial, you know, the investment side. You don't know anything even about gold, let alone Chocolate Mountain, Grand Canyon. Don't come in here and talking out the side of your face, okay? Seriously. So I don't like people who sit there. I've been in this precious sector for 3 decades. Silver and gold probably got my son and daughter killed. So I'm not going to come in here and talk shit, okay? Silver boats, anything that has a switch in it, this makes it move, okay? This is worth probably more than gold in a sense. It has more usage, way more usages than gold. I'm not saying gold is not worth anything, but let's get back to what I'm saying. Okay. This is going to run its cycle. It's just a cycle. We're just entering the bull cycle. Seeing $400 silver seems just if you just took the ratio between, you know, surface silver, which again, it's a $900 billion market cap. It's not even $1 trillion. So It's the smallest. Even gold, look at, so there's no way if any of these markets try to slam into the silver market, you know, all the silver gets used up, like blown up, like colloidal silver used. Gold is fine. You don't go nowhere. That gold is still the same piece of gold a million years from now. It was the same piece of gold a million years ago. Although silver does, it does last. It's not like, you know, there's a difference. So I want to show you there's a reason why gold has the value that it does. But this has way more usage than gold. And I'm not saying they don't use gold, but this is, again, the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. So they can nationalize this metal, make it a strategic metal, which they already have, and you ain't going to get your hands on it anymore. And so it's going to be quite, you know, and there's ways to scrap this out of e-waste. There's actually more metal on the surface in e-waste than there is in the ground. So that shit talker Betty Crocker coming here like he knows his ass from the hole ground, don't know anything. I have a channel called Silver's Like Gold. I do know this precious metal sector. I've been trying to get people to buy this since it's been 13, 14, 15 bucks. Now I had to sell all of mine to, you know, keep myself from going to jail. But why have a stack of silver and gold when I'm sitting in a jail cell? What the hell is that going to do for me? So I think it was a pretty wise move. Okay. But anyways, so let's move on with the conversation. If you can get silver, I'm not giving any economic advice. Or gold at this point. But what you can get your hands on is pennies. So let's move on to the conversation. Pennies are obtainable right now. They quit minting the penny. If you're Sabrina up north, she's in Canada. She can't get pennies. Can't already clip the penny. Donald Trump, again, clipped the penny. It's probably part of this World War II ritual, like they took the copper and the penny and the nickel, and the nickel's worth 14 cents almost right now to make. So nickels are very valuable as well. So I'm not giving any economic advice, but I think the nickels will be worth just as much as the pennies. But the pennies will be more liquid because a penny costs almost 3 cents to make. That's why they said they stopped minting it when it costs almost 15 cents to make a nickel or 14 cents to make a nickel. Okay? So you have access to pennies right now, and nobody's looking at this shit. Like, you can still get ass paper for your butt, or you get the lady things, your flying wings or your plugs or whatever you use, your parts you need right now. And nobody even notices in America, okay? You can go to the store, it's open, so they have pennies. Take your kids out and go through them. They have apps you can use on your phone. You can find very valuable pennies, meaning numismatic. It's worth more than the 3 cents copper. Holy shit, that's a $500 penny. Go trade that in now. Go buy some beans and rice with that, some water filters. You don't need no $500 penny. Nobody's going to give you no $500 for it. Later, they're going to give you what it's worth in its weight. That's called numismatic. They're out there. There's some very valuable. I'm not telling you for that. I'm more of a scrapper. A minimalist. I think weight. I don't care what the hell is on it. I care what it's worth in its weight. I don't care it's got some fancy little stamp or it's rare. I don't care what's it worth in its weight. Okay. So right now are obtainable, brothers, sisters, and nobody's looking. And I do think that a penny could reach $1 for a penny. Imagine when that penny is worth $1. But people are going to be looking for them. When they get to $2 or $3 or $5 for a penny, they're going to be tearing apart couches. You're not going to be wanting to live in a world when a penny's $5, but $2 or $3, I think that could be coming. Doesn't seem possible, but yes, it could be. Absolutely. Copper is very valuable, just like silver. Used in it's an antimicrobial, very similar to silver, antibacterial. That's why they do copper mugs, sinks, pots. These things are, again, very similar properties to used in electronics, switches, obviously a much cheaper option than silver. Doesn't have the, conductivity of silver, but again, it's going to be highly used in the future. So nobody's looking. I'm not telling you to go tear down copper, freaking, wiring in people's houses. I'm telling you, there's still copper pennies out there, brothers, sisters, and nobody's looking right now. So if you do this in a methodical, I think at one point in time, I didn't think it was worth it, but I truly do now, that if you have some time, you have some family, to go through them. Take out anyone that's 82 or older and put it to the side. If you have more time to go through it, you can buy these little apps, or they have free apps where you can just scan the thing and it'll tell you what it's worth, or pretty damn close to. If you find something that's worth money, get rid of it. Go buy some silver or something, you know, before it goes up too much. Maybe a $50 penny, get it your first ounce of silver, you know. But I think this is something that I like to get people ahead of things most of the time. I'm not making any predictions. I don't think pennies are going to stay 3 cents a penny. Copper keeps going up. So I think we could see 10-cent pennies, 50-cent pennies, maybe $1. Imagine for every penny you had was $1. I mean, some people have milk jugs full of them, right? You know, so think about what I'm telling you. This isn't something I'm asking you to go lose your life and spend all your time doing. But if you have some extra time, I think this is something that would be worth your time to go get pennies and try to find the ones that are copper. And try to remember too, even change itself, like US change, has a lot of copper in it, quarters and dimes, modern, you know, there's clad, but they do have a lot of copper in them too. But the penny is going to be dividable. It will be like a change, because they're taking it away. You'll be able to make change. It'll be like your dollar bill, you know, so to speak. Maybe not a kind that jingles, but the kind that folds, if that makes sense. You know, when they take that dollar, maybe if the money's gone and there's no more paper payments, or they're just not readily used like anymore, they're still out there, but they've got the new system, that bet you that copper will make you change. So I know not many people are going to think about it. If it doesn't sound and ring to you, then don't worry about it. Just keep going on your little digit life and your Wi-Fi router, and eat your microwave food and your plastic, you know, nonsense, and go along with your life. But some people are going to be able to get a hold of this ahead of time, and I think they'll do real well, because I think people have come to me, and I've talked to people like, man, I should listen to you, man. That silver is going to get higher, isn't it? I said, I don't know. It could be. It has no top now. There's no limit to how high it can go. It already blew through its Fibonacci 300. You know, there is no moving average. It could go to the moon. Silver could go to $1,000 an ounce. How much do you think a copper penny is going to be with silver's $1,000? I'm not saying silver's going to be 1,000, but silver could easily be $1,000 an ounce. That's not. If a Bitcoin can be $114,000 for a Bitcoin, you know, a coin, a bit, a 0, a 1, or something on a screen, right? And how in the hell can where'd my buffalo round go? I lost my buffalo. Did you run off, buffalo? Oh. So, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's awesome. You know what I'm saying, mister? Just know I'm saying it's just, I don't care about it. But, you know, some of these people, has been a long game. You know, in 2020 is nothing. I've been in the game since, you know, 20 plus years have been, you know, doing precious metals. But good for you, though, because, you know what I'm saying, it went way down there. But how is a Bitcoin, a 0 and a 1, worth over 114? And you can't tell me that single ounce can't be worth the same. And I'm not saying that this ever would, but that's a 0 and a 1. This is a physical asset. Like Spectator said, he's got a 2.2 pound bar. It's a physical bar. Now, remember, when he's sitting next to that physical bar, he got no rice or beans. He probably give you that physical bar for some rice and beans. Probably don't want to put you, but I bet he probably got, if he's got a 2.2 pound bar, I bet he's got rice and beans too. Probably a water filter, somebody thinking ahead. Most people weren't thinking about things like this, brothers and sisters. So I'm not saying everybody who has silver has rice and beans, but they're kind of a think ahead kind of person. So yeah, a lot of them do. So it's a small market. And so it's not like, you know, you got to be some genius here to figure out that it's always been, gold and silver have never gone to zero, ever. You know, every piece of currency paper has gone to zero, except for the ones that are currently floating around in circulation. They'll sink too. So try to remember too, there's only enough, Spectator already has more silver than if they divided it out socialism. Like, remember, you know, Iceman doesn't have a bike and Los doesn't have a bike, but Spectator's got 3. So we're going to be socialists like Donald Trump. We're just taking everything and give it to Pfizer or Johnson. Well, anyways, like Bernie Sanders or whatever. But so Los gets a bike Ryan Iceman gets a bike, and we're taking 2 bikes from you. All right, they're a spectator because we're socialists, so we divided all the surface silver. Look, spectators already got more than anybody's supposed to have. You can only have 8 ounces per person with the silver surface that's on the silver right now. The silver that's on the surface. I got that backwards right now. 8 ounces, brothers, sisters. If you divided the surface silver evenly, everybody could have 8 ounces. Look at spectator. He's already got your silver. So he took somebody's silver. So he's got somebody's ounces. Ah, spectator stealing people's ounces. Look at that. You're hoarding. So, yeah, the word mark is the word karak or character. Your character, the word karak or character, meaning it's not money. It's not the root of all evil. It's the agape of money. And so, remember, to be marked, actually the word sin means to be off the mark. I know, shh. Don't tell anybody, Elaine. You're stealing silver, Elaine. You're stealing somebody's silver. They're going to be mad because they're not going to get their 8 ounces. Okay, Elaine? Don't tell anybody where it's at. You have no third-party risk. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. Remember? I've only ever had a problem because I told somebody where it was at. I would have it all if I never told anybody, if I just kept my mouth shut. One basket, I mean, that's a 2.2, that's a big chunk of silver. You'd have to buy a big piece of land, yeah, no, I know. A lot of us are long in the game. See, that's what's kind of neat, Elaine, is that we're all having our Noah moment in the silver market, right? I mean, I don't get to enjoy it because I had to sell mine, but I got a little bit. Not very much. I had to get rid of all mine, but that's okay. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I love to still teach about it and talk about it, and it's okay. I mean, it got my son and daughter possibly killed because I didn't take this gold and silver that I had and go spend it. But I'm going to have to live with that for the rest of my life. Maybe they're alive. We'll see. I don't know. It don't matter. That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm talking about now. But we're kind of having our Noah moment in silver market. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because some of us have been doing this for a long time. Silver sat at what, 15, 16, 20 bucks for it. We had a little bit. It's starting to do what it should have done a long time ago, but the timing is right where it needs to be. Gold let out, silver comes back behind it. It has higher highs and lower lows because it thrashes around. It will make more money up between the two metals because the gap is the ratio between the two is what will close. I'm not giving you any advice, Elaine, but when those two metals close between the two ratios back to 15-1, take some of your silver bars and go trade them for gold bars, Elaine. I don't like gold, but that's what you do. That's what the elite do. Take some of your silver bars when the ratio goes back to about 15-1 and go trade them for some gold bars. You can have a little bit of both. What do you know? So, but anyways, I was speaking about the right now. I think it'd be wise for people to get into copper and not like buy copper. If you can buy copper, I think it'll still be a good buy. I think, even copper that is put in, yeah. Thanks for Zabrina. Appreciate it. Yeah, chillax. Thanks for hanging out with your kiddos, wherever you're doing. Put them in bed. Thanks for your ear. But what I'm saying is copper will be, it will come up in value. Because when people can't get their hands on silver, copper is going to rise. I already see it. And I don't make predictions. It has to. It will. So this is something right now that people, without spending any money, they could have access to this right now. Like if you had $20, you can go down to the bank and get $20 of rolled pennies. Take the kiddos, sit down with them, use the little machine or whatever, weigh them. There's more than just looking at them, and it's something to fun. Make sure they wash their hands, probably get some gloves or something. Money's kind of dirty, but it's something to do with the kids. You could do it yourself. You could do it with your spouse, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your husband, your wife, whatever, and at first I didn't think it would be worth it. I just put them away just because I knew it was smart to put away, and I still have a bunch I hadn't gone through, but what I'm saying, I just kind of hoarded some pennies. Not that much. I have hardly anything, but either way, though, I think in the future that people are going to rush into the copper market. You know what I'm saying? Because it can't hold the price. It'll go up when silver goes up because it's going to be used more in circuitry and electronics and, you know, tech. It's a tech, and it's used in other things, you know, such things, like I said, antimicrobial, bacterial. They use it for, you know, appliances and things that are um, cups and bowls and sinks and things like this too. It's got more. That's just touching the tip of. Obviously, they use it in a lot of electronics and things like that. But copper should shoot up in price tremendously, I would imagine. And silver gets almost unobtainable. That's where people will rush into copper. You know what I'm saying? Um, so I'm not saying for sure, but I'm having a sneaking suspicion because I just watched, you know, silver go from 15 to 50. You know, um, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, right? I think that's what we're gonna see. I think this is the next kind of a wave. You know, sometimes if you look at, and I'm not saying I'm kind of rich, man, but most of these elite, they buy low and they sell high. Well, now copper's low. I am trying to get you to get it where you don't even have to pay for it, so to speak. Because if you have pennies and you have some money, you could go turn that into more money. Like if you had $20 and you put that all into copper pennies, I think that would be almost $60 worth of copper right now, just in the copper in the penny alone. And that's just at 3 cents. Imagine when they go to 10 cents a penny. 50 cents a penny. That's when you start making big moves, when you got a stack of them and go, damn, I just made a lot of money, and that was on pennies. So I ain't trying to get you rich, but I'm just saying this is something you can get into right now with no effort. You don't have to pay to get into this. There's no entry. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, one thing that can happen, Ross, is things could deflate. That's their biggest thing that they're worried about, is deflation. See, deflation is different than inflation. Inflation means things obviously get more and more expensive. Deflation means that things do get less, and that's their worst nightmare. That is what they're afraid of, because when things deflate, they can't make no more money. And that means, oh shit, I ain't gonna buy it because I know it's going to be cheaper, so I'm just going to wait to buy it. Instead of go, oh shit, I'm going to buy it because it's going to get more expensive, you do the opposite. That is their worst nightmare. Things will deflate. Things have already deflated. Look what it is. I went to Walmart with Kevin to get his passport picture, and that damn 64-inch TV was $297 or something like that. That TV would have costed you thousands of dollars. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, nobody's asking you to put away a modern penny. You got to put away the 82 and older penny. So 82 and older on your pennies is what I'm talking about. So I hadn't made a mention of that, but you're trying to go for pennies that are pre-82. 82, there's a cutoff. So there is 82. That's not, that is a zinc penny as well. And you'll know that by weight. You'll get that in by the weight if you weigh that. I mean, there's certain weight identifiers, but you'll know that by the weight in 82. So I found that weighing the pennies is the best way for me to, I can't find my darn scale. I've been able to weigh out what I have, but for me, because my eyes all messed up now from getting grenaded in the face, I can't read the writing on them anymore. But definitely, I think this is something right now you could get into. It's not going to cost you money. It's going to cost you time, but I do think it'll be worth your time right now to. They clipped the penny, so you're not going to get them. They're not making them anymore. So you need to. There's only so many of them out there, and they're being used. But if people start getting wise to this, like I said, there's no copper, ban melt yet. So if that happens, that's going to probably make the price go through the roof too. So I do think it's something right now that you can get into, and in the future, it's not going to go down. Copper's not going to go down in price, like Ross said, deflate right now. But some things will go down a lot, like TVs, like certain things, that don't hold value. But I think that most of our minerals and things like this, and hard assets, things that have value and have always had value, like precious metals, the go-to, well, people run to this because it's the safe haven asset, and they know that it's not going to go to zero. It might not go up, but it's not going to go to zero. So you're going to hold on to what you have. That's what people do. That's why they put it away for generations, because they know it'll retain its value. It's about what it'll buy. It's called purchasing power. But I'm not going to get into the, how this works. But again, I think right now if people had the time with a copper penny being, almost 3 cents to make a copper penny, or 3.5 cents, I think is what it is. Cool. Yeah, titanium. They're not wrong with taking profit, Elaine. You know what I'm saying? If you can ever take profit, that's never wrong. It's not wrong to take profit if you made some money on it. Good for you. Titanium is going to serve a purpose in the future with all these robot and tech and all that. But I think the ones that are going to be the ones that shine are definitely, silver and copper. Gold to do whatever it's going to do. Gold's going to always be gold. You can't change what gold. So there you go. Heck yeah, get out of that. Sold it. There you go. Sold it and got it for free. Well, yeah, hell yeah, that's a good profit right there. Free 99 turned into a profit. Good stuff. So again, I'm not giving you any economic advice here, but I do think that right now in America, you can get a hold of these pennies before anybody. Everywhere you go, the gas stations got them and the stores got them, and you could just start asking for, hey, you got a roll of pennies? You don't have to go down to the bank and get $100 worth or anything, because you know what I'm saying. Nice, scrapping it, love it. Elaine's a scrapper. That's my kind of person right there. I'm a scrapper myself. I like to be resourceful. Everything I build is out of repurpose. So gold. I don't know about that, Jay. We're just trying to, I'm not giving any economic advice. Make sure you got rice and beans, brothers and sisters. You're laying next to a 100-ounce bar of gold or silver. You ain't going to care about no gold or silver, right? Have a way to protect it. Get yourself a water filter, guys. These will probably be more liquid than gold and silver. I really do think in the later stages of this game, as we tip forward, that this right here is going to be one of the most valuable things on this rock. I mean, people might trade you a horse or a car or a house or their wife, or somebody said they trade their wife for a life straw. Like, hey, now I'm not going to chase, like, dude, I don't care. She's with you. You got a straw. I know you got one. I need one. I don't have one. You can have my wife. Like, well, you're a pretty smart dude. But I'm not trying to trade for your wife, man. You're taking it too far. Hey, he's like, well, whatever. You're right. You got one. And so, all right. Good on, Jen. Thanks for coming in. We were just talking about ways to get into copper right now, because you can get into copper. It don't cost you any money to buy into copper. Like, you're not investing. You go 1 for 1. Every penny you spend, you can maybe make 3 cents on, because if you can find a copper penny right now, 82 or older in America, it's worth putting up. Silver is sitting at 52, almost $53 right now. I was trying to get people to buy this when it was $15, $20. Now it's, so I think the next move that is, now you had to buy into that. This ain't one you even got to buy into. I mean, it kind of was. I was trying to tell people this is going to happen. So most people who have listened to me have already doubled their money, at least double their money, So, and right now, precious metals are beating the pants off the stock market, and the what's going on in the Bitcoin, whatever and that's, I'm not against people doing whatever I'm not giving the economic advice here. So this isn't economic advice. Okay, what I'm telling you is you can get your hands on copper right now, pennies, even wiring and things like that, which is not a bad. If you can, somebody just throw it away, get it. Hell yeah, they got copper strippers. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't be foolish. Somebody throw away some copper scrap. Get all of that copper. Okay, but the penny is going to be a great way to get your hands on these, because they're not making them anymore. So might not be bad a time when you go to the bank or something, make a deposit. Say, hey, can I get $20 worth of rolled pennies, and take them home and unroll them, and see if you can find the copper ones, and then take back the ones that aren't. You didn't lose anything, right? I mean, just money that you have that you're buying, what you're going to make. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing to go. Right? There's nothing wrong with that. Get a metal detector, get a sluice box. It's still out there. But this is something that you can definitely, you're not looking for gold, searching around like a dog chasing his tail. People find a lot of things with metal detectors on beaches, around people who go in certain, areas like parks and all kinds of different. It's a great way to obtain a precious metal is with a metal detector. Nothing wrong with that, but this is something I'm saying that you can get your hands on without, you just need to have, $10, a dollar. You buy $1.50, whatever what's it, 50 pennies in a roll, just, and just start tucking them away. Just make a stack of them. Like I said, you can do it with the kids. It could be fun, Another thing is with the great thing, get a metal detector, take the kids out, and go do that instead of going to some stupid movie or something, that's some propaganda. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, magnets will be absolutely the neodymium and things like that. Those will help you whether to know things are, like silver is not, silver, copper, and gold. They're not like tin. They won't like have a neodymium magnet right here. Because I can take that magnet and wrap it with copper and spin it in a circle and make electricity. That magnet, if I wrap it with copper and spin it, it will make electricity. Old technology, been around a long time, but this is a neodymium magnet. So, but once again, the reason why I'm hitting over this copper penny is that copper pennies are obtainable right now, and it doesn't cost you anything. Do you guys realize when people figure out what I'm telling you, how fast these copper pennies are going to disappear? Listen to what I'm telling you right now. When people figure out what I'm telling you, people are going to rush to this penny, brothers and sisters, and they're already taken out of circulation. No, they're not taken out of circulation yet. They're not minting them anymore. So they're still in circulation. So this is your chance. It's not illegal to take your $20 and get 20, you know what I'm saying? And whatever, how you want to do this. You can go every time you go to the store, ask them. They might even go, hey, can I get a couple of rolls of pennies from you? They probably will. $1's worth, they'll give you some of their rolled coins or whatever, even if it's just at the store, every time you go get, $1's worth, or go to the bank and get $5 worth, or you know what I'm saying? $20 worth, $100 worth. Just take out what's not copper and take that back. You'll get back whatever you don't, but anything that's copper, you just made like 2.5 cents on per penny. I was telling people this before. It's like if you had $1 million in pennies, now you've got 2 million, plus, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so you want those old copper pennies because they are valuable right now more than it costs to just make them. They don't even make them. They make them in zinc. They're not even copper anymore. So you want an 82 is the cutoff. There is in 82, there's a half year. There is 82s out there that are clad, you know what I'm saying, or zinc. But anything prior to 82 is going to be silver or copper. 90%. That's a lot of copper, and so you can take those right now and put them to the side. And don't think of them as valuable. Just think of them as, hey, I'm going to put those away for later. And then when they start going up in price, when they go to 5 cents and 10 cents and $1, you'll probably start trading those things off, and you won't probably even spend them like that. You may, but you'll probably trade them and you'll use them for like a change is what I'm thinking, because they're out there right now. And this doesn't cost you anything. I'm not telling you to invest in something that costs you something. I mean, yeah, you need to have the penny to cover it, but it's not like you got to invest. This isn't an investment. This would take time right now if you have it. And I do think in the future, this will yield some pretty staggering results. If you got enough pennies stuck there, stick them together and they start going up 3 and 5 cents a penny, and you've got a big milk jug or a 5-gallon, water container like some people have. You're really talking about it makes you a little bit more. I'm just saying, I'm not telling you to, hoard anything, but how much is a hoard of pennies? Is that like a whole house worth? Hey, I bet you all those people who made those copper floors out of pennies will feel stupid when those pennies go up to $1 a penny. They'll be ripping those floors apart, won't they? You know what I'm saying? My screen's black. How did my screen go black? What the hey? Does anybody else have a black screen? Maybe they don't want you to see me anymore. No looking at my ugly mug. Hear that? That's silver. So, any words? Might just be for Los Los. So, but you see what I'm saying, brothers? Are you tracking what I'm saying here? This isn't something that I'm trying to get you mine glitched out too every single time I watched you. Yeah, I know. I'm in the middle of nowhere, Jen. I'm out in the middle of the desert, so. But I don't know if you guys see what I'm saying here. How this could be, it's not something I'm trying to get you to get rich quick. You know what I'm saying? This ain't some get rich quick thing. This is something you put away and you might be able to pull and make change later. You might be able to trade these off for things that are much more, for some food, a water filter or something. I think they're going to keep their value and then just keep going up. It's an asset. Whether I know a penny doesn't feel like an asset, but it is an asset. So if you have enough pennies, you can be wealthy on pennies. I know that sounds good. And I'm not trying to get you to maybe be rich, but if you see what I'm saying, it's I just think they're going to go up in value pretty quick, especially if people. What are you doing, Buggy? What are you doing, Big? What are you doing, bud? He's getting. All right, but okay, so no economic advice here. I'm not giving economic advice. I just think, again, I sometimes, come on, get in there, can get in front of certain trends, if you will. And as of now, nobody knows what I'm talking about. Nobody's talking about this. And that's when you get into something, is when nobody's talking about it. You don't get into FOMO, or 80% of the gains are made in the last 20% of the market. That's when you're tossing off your pennies, guys. You're getting rid of your pennies. You're and nobody knows what that's at, but you'll start noticing, it's like silver. How much high is it going to go? Who knows? It's never been this price. It's never been this high. So we can go to $1,000 an ounce. So we could say the same thing kind of happened with copper. It could reach unfathomable prices for just copper, because it is so widely used in so many things. It's a very essential metal in this tech world we live in, and I'll be 52 next month. So, what are you doing, silly boy? So my puppy's hanging out with the dad. You're hanging out with the dad. So, but anyways, again, it's used in so many things that it's going to be needed. You're going to need it. And I think, again, if you pay attention to these cycles, copper is a very widely used metal throughout history. They've used this metal time and time again. So if nobody knows right now that you can go to the store and get these pennies before they're taken out of circulation, if is copper wire itself as wire useful if you've no coins? Yes, that would be very, absolutely. Copper wiring will be valuable just per pound. People pay to scrap it and turn it into ingots and what the hell are you talking about? How is it free? Nothing is free. How is it free will? There is no free will. How is it free will? There's no free will. Serpent of Chaos doesn't know what he's talking about. So you need to leave here. There's no free will. Get out of here, you lying deceiver. That's a lie. There's no free will. You can leave here now. So you're not welcome here. You're low energy swine like Leviathan, the crooked serpent in the garden, the deceiver, Satan, the sword daemonion, a liar, and you're telling lies. There's no free will. So grow up. Come back when you maybe gain some bis. Oh yeah, you can do that. There's lots of ways, Elaine. to do that. Some people do that. There's a great way. Probably one of the biggest things, Elaine, that you can find that I've found is those circuit breakers. You know, those have a lot of silver in them. A lot more than a lot of things have in them. Some pretty big, nice little, I forget what they can pull out of one of those, you know, breakers, switches. Those have a grip load of silver in them for, you know, I'm saying just for a scrapper type of, if you ever see those at a garage sale, pick those things up. They're good to pick up too. Sometimes you pick them up at garage sales. People have them, you know, there are a lot more silver in those, especially with the price of silver now. Boy, those making those things pretty valuable. So look for those circuit breakers. Those are definitely something that you can get your hands on too. For you know, you can obtain some of these things. It sounds like I like your style there, Elaine. She said, if you can go to the second hand, my kind of lady there. Hey, honey, let's go to the thrift store. You know. Water filters, rice and beans. Bullets have always been tradable. You know, Second Amendment item stuff is super liquid. Alcohol is always super liquid during times like this. Absolutely, alcohol will be extremely valuable. These things are going to be very valuable. This is a Life Straw. This is Sawyer Mini. I bet you these be more valuable than gold and silver for somebody who's, you know, there's 100,000 gallons of water filtration. This is the last one you ever buy in your life. I've had people tell me they would trade me their wife for one of these. So, way to protect it, you know, some kind of Second Amendment items. There you go. And those things, Elaine, and I had mine all taken, but I don't even care if you have one of those. You know what I'm saying? You can use those to filter lava lamps too. Names them look cleaner. But even if you don't have, even if, Elaine, you don't have those certain kinds, I would always try to get the ones that are prevalent, the 9, the 38, the 45, you know. So, but why do you get those before in the past? I had a lot I had taken from me again, but like, you don't even have any of those. I'm like, because a lot of people do. And they'll spend. Another thing that'll be extremely valuable, cowboy, will be cigarettes. And never show your whole hand. Just show somebody one cigarette and they'll freak the fuck out. Coffee will be extremely valuable. Coffee will be super, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, they Elaine said I got all kinds of rifle schools, so that's funny. They're gonna make him show that YouTube, show that whether they or not. So tobacco seeds, there you go. Man, I wish I had some tobacco seeds. I want to grow some tobacco. I don't smoke cigarettes. I only use cannabis, but I'd love to grow some tobacco. I used to smoke cigarettes, but not to smoke. It'd just be cool to have. I should have some tobacco, grow some for, yeah, a lot of different purposes. So, you know, lighters, guys. Lighters going to be extremely valuable. This is probably the coolest lighter I've ever seen in my life. This is a candle lighter that uses a Bic. Lighter. These are going to be valuable, guys. These are going to be valuable. A candle lighter, light a fire, because these reach down in there. See that? That's made by Bic. These things are off the chain. You ever seen one of these? Made by Bic. The best lighter in the world. Lighter is going to be really a good thing to have, guys. Absolutely. A lighter will be so valuable. Extremely valuable. So, Bic, the best lighter on this rock. Yeah, yeah. As long as it's you know, absolutely, Jenny. As long as it's survival and stuff. This is a preparedness channel. Always talk. Come on, food. This is a preparedness channel, so we're always talking about preparedness. You know, that's always allowed in this channel. Always. So, because people talk about you know, different things other than what I'm talking about. So, but cannabis too, guys. I think that's something to be extremely valuable. You better have some, whatever meds you use. Get a hold of Jace Medical, Jace, and you can get extra insulin. Extra insulin. Elaine, I think seeds will be tradable, but I don't think seeds will be very. I don't think seeds are gonna. You're not gonna grow, Elaine. You're not gonna grow food in rows. If things break down more, right? You're not gonna grow food in rows. People come steal your food in rows. You better learn how to grow a food forest. You agree? Because I have seeds. I've got seeds that I'll never use that are like these, you know, garbage, whatever. I got them to trade. You know what I'm saying? I got good seeds from Territorial Seed Company and from True Leaf Market and have the best seeds money can buy. But I've got some of these other blurpy or whatever, some of these other, I don't know, whatever. They're right, but there's seeds that aren't very good. You know what I'm saying? I think those would be tradable, but think about it. How are you going to be able to grow food in rows when things are breaking down? So another very good thing that I want you guys to get, this is probably one of the best preparedness things ever, is paper plates. Paper plates. Cowboy, if you're in here still, paper plates. Listen to me. You don't want to waste your water. You want that to to have enough water so your woman can wash her woman parts. Plenty of water for her if you need it to wash your parts too. You know, you don't use water to wash plates. Then you use that paper plate to start a fire. Use it as a funnel. Use, you know, multiple usage. You know, a couple usages out of it before you just throw it, you know, and start a fire with it or something, right? Paper plates, guys. You want to have a grip load of sandwich or burrito or something that's, you know, something I'm picking up. I'll just use it if it's not, you know. I'm going to use that one again. I had some pizza on that. I cooked that on the, so you got a little bit of pizza oil on that, but I'll use that one again. A little crumb on there. All right, so paper plates, guys. These are so valuable. Paper plates. All right, we'll take a pause for the cause. Maybe it's my mouth. They don't like my mouth. Oh, yeah, I do. You know what I'm saying? I do out here. So, that's right. That's right. Learn how to make pemmican. Yep. Learn how to make dried what foods can long term without freeze drying. There's lots of foods you don't have to have a freeze dryer. They can store for 10, 20 when stored in the right conditions. So I'm using some of my meds that I grew. I grew these meds. Listen here, jerky. All right, Lane says jerky. Absolutely. Oh, man. We grew that with organic chicken poop from the chickens out here in the garden. And organic honey and organic sugar. That's it. Tastes fabulous. Fabulous, fabulous. It was so frosty, frosty. No. So, but paper plates are going to be something you want to have, guys. No, I'm not 2002. I'm not 2000. I'm not 2000. No, I'm not 2000 anything. I'm 57. Biatch. Oh. 86. You've been 86. Not yet. Oh, that's so tasty when you grow that on your own. Do you grow your own meds? You grow your own meds? So let's have us a little. Oh, that's the Rudy Fruity. That's the Cobra. Nice American Indian. Cool. I'm glad you didn't call yourself native. Oh man, that smells so fruity. Guys, that smells like, oh man, it smells like Rudy Trudy. There you go. Outstanding. Are you having a pause for the cause? Man, turn on your smell-o-vision. So this is just a little, I don't normally like to, nice, yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. You want all those. I got books like that coming out my ass all over. There's all kinds of garden books and, oh my goodness. I bet you half the books I have over there are about gardening. You know, that kind of, heck yeah. Oh man, that smells so yummy. I could just sit there and smell that all day. Smell, yeah. Oh. Bleed stop. What's that? Los. Oh man. Yeah, we got mullein all over here. LM, I tried mullein for my chest, you know, from the tear gas. And it works, you know what I'm saying? It works, but it's not, doesn't work as good as the cannabis, you know, because we got mullein. Kevin and I got mullein, you know what I'm saying? There's mullein out here, some really nice mullein up and down, because we're water pivot, so, but it doesn't quite, I mean, it does, but it doesn't, I get the irritation from the tear gas, you know what I'm saying? It seared my lungs, so it works good, but it doesn't work as good as the cannabis for me, so I'm not giving any medical advice, but that's outstanding. Mullein is an amazing, they make tinctures, they use the flower, the root, you can use the whole thing, you know, so outstanding. Yeah, thanks. That's what I'm talking about. See, Pigeon, Miss Pigina, oh, Muckalon. Okay, Miss Lawn. I'm gonna call you Miss Muckalon. So I go through grass like a mower with a Ford mower. How about that, Lawn? So watch me turn this pound into some shake. Get it? No, just kidding. All right, but yes, I have an archive out here, and I have built 3 stories down from where I have. I built, it's about $250,000 to archive, like the books that you're talking about. I have, you know, right up there. See, these are all books. See all these? See all these books over here? These are, a lot of these books are, I got books all over there. Oh, books here, books here, books here. It's like it's either books or food, or I'm a weirdo, kind of weird kind of guy. So look at, a lot of these books are about gardening and building and things like that. So heck yeah, do that. Put that away for people for later. So when they find that, you know what I'm saying? When I was a teen, someone sold me oregano. Yeah. Man, I was so violated. I felt so violated. So anyways, yeah, putting up books for cookbooks and building and Yeah, otherwise it'll take care of itself, it'll take care of itself. It's, it's self-contained. It's in an area where it won't flood. It won't, I need to finish it. I'll come back in the spring and finish it and get it finished and backfill it. Maybe we'll start the earth ship home on the top of it too. I wanted to build an earth ship type of home over the top of it. So to connect it all together, I've got more ideas out here than, why do I get pick the biggest task. You can't pick small things, and it's always just me working by myself, and I never have the equipment or tractors or backhoes or nothing. I got to use my sweat equity. So, but you feel better when you do it by hand. So, um, but that should be okay by itself. And eventually, like I said, it needs to sit there for thousands of years, sealed up like an archive. So thousands of years from now, when we come back to our new bodies in the little season, we get our sin flesh back. That maybe we'll dig these things up and go, "Ooh, look at all this stuff they don't have anymore. What the hell is all this?" So that's kind of my plan. I am who I am because of the people that took time, days, weeks, months, years out of their days, weeks, months, years out of their lives to leave me information today so I can share it with you. So that would be not very nice of me not to leave something for the future. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're more than welcome to come here, Los. You know that. If people have been part of the ministry, the ministry is here for the people. It's here for the body. That's what I took all these years to do. So it'll form itself on its own. It's not going anywhere. The nice thing about this ministry, it's not going to grow legs and run away. It's a physical ministry. The mobile ministry would be me, and I'll work on that. I want to get mobile. I'll go do man on the street videos. You want to see some organic stuff? I love go sticking a microwave in somebody's face. Hey, how you doing here today? Maybe we'll turn our tear gas canister into a microphone or something. I repurpose everything. So knowing me, I'll figure a purpose out. I'll figure for that. But that's probably worth about $25 million tear gas canister. So I'm going to have to cash it in first. So I really don't want to do all that, but I think I'm going to have to do that eventually just for accountability. So I was talking about with somebody today, and they're really disappointed that not like that I already haven't. They know what happened out here, and they're like, "You need to file that. They really did you wrong." And there are a lot more people in this town than you know. Like Super came that know what they did, and you did the right thing. The hard thing is the right thing. So. Uh, yeah, yeah, that's good. They're a good archive. See what I'm saying, Lois? All this stuff isn't just for me. Like 99% of what I do is for other people. I can't help it. It's who I am. I joined the military again at 17 years old because my family told me to stop trying to help everybody else, fix everybody else's problems, and save the world. And think that I could, if I just worried about my own problems, I wouldn't have so much problems. So I joined the military. No one can tell me I can't serve. But here I am today with all the problems I have because it's everybody else that I have. But that's not a problem. It's not a problem. I bitch about it a little bit, but it's okay. Father has me girded in his service, so I'm all right as long as I can serve the ministry now. I've been able to retire. He told me that I don't have to work anymore like that. I can and I will. I have to, but uh, yeah, my problems are on me because I'm like I said, look at all my problems right now. It's because I'm helping my son. I was already living the American dream. I had everything I needed to go. I should have listened to my son and just taken the gold and silver, bought the double cab. I would have still had enough money left over, especially now, because I would have held on to some. I would have been just fine. Like right now, since I had to get rid of that gold and silver, it's made over $6,000-7,000 that I've already lost. Like it could have fixed the darn vehicle, But oh well, I don't care. I hope Kevin get into some. He'll do good. He's probably pretty happy right now, looking at his stack, going, "Holy shit!" But that's okay. I got a little teeny tiny stack, so I got something. At least I have. Everybody's allowed to have about 8, so whatever. I don't need to have a massive hoard anything. Remember, I don't want to own anything anymore. I'm over owning. I'm all over the physical. I've got to have a lot of things in my life. You know what I'm saying? Um, they're in their 20s. My son is 25, and my daughter is right around the same age. That's his wife. So, yep, that's how it works, Los. You're the bad guy until they need some help, and then when they need some help, you're the greatest thing since sliced bread, huh? Then they throw you to the side like you're nothing. I know my blood did that to me, but I don't talk to them. Nobody talks to me, and I don't have any blood. I don't have any friends. I don't have any family. So I'm a loner. I'm a lonesome dove out here in the middle of the desert. Remember? Well, just the shepherd out here doing Father's work. So I could do it mobile since nobody will join me physically, but Kevin did. But Kevin's just a part. He didn't like. I like that Kevin's kind of a separate entity. Kevin's been watching me for a dozen years. Him and his brothers have been watching me on YouTube since America Ever After. I mean, they know me as TV, the host of Truth Viral Television, where the truth goes viral. So it's cool to have him here. He's such a strange, interesting kind of guy like me, I guess. Just different, not a one-off dude. I don't think you can clone Kevin Breidenbach. I don't think so. He's not. He's just too off. That's what I dig about him. So, but he's right about so many things, People, he talks about so many of the things that nobody wants to talk about. So, the hard things. Nobody wants to talk about the hard things. Talk about the easy things. You know what I'm saying? Oh, just easy peasy cotton candy, Jeezy. So, oh, well. Jay, that's not me. We give all glory to Father. So you know, Jay. We do. All glory to Shiloh. He makes me this way. He does. He does. He beats the snot out of me so he can refine me to. I'm on this journey to the last day that I walk this rock, and I know I have to serve him and give him glory and give Shiloh. That's the Redeemer, the one who comes back and redeems his bride. So he's the biggest prepper on this rock. Remember, Noah prepared for 126 years. They scoffed at that old man for decades, told him he was crazy. Never even rained a single, not one drop, remember? And then it rained. You ever read the book of Luke? So I'd rather be 5 years too early than 5 seconds too late, remember? Failure to prepare is preparing to fail. You want to see a failure? They just stand around and do nothing, like the book of Psalms. David's writings, the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and, well, women and men under this covenant, for the people to stand around and do nothing. Like a turtle. Flip them over on their back, they're screwed. Kind of like every woman I've ever got on her back. She was screwed too. Oh. Their brother definitely says the N-word. Stone Cold Steve. Yes, I do. I don't like black niggers, white niggers, brown niggers, red niggers, or yellow niggers. I hate all niggers. If you hold your breath, if you're a white nigger, you might turn into a blue nigger. What do you, Papa Smurf or Smurfette? Remember, Spock was the first one to fuck a blue bitch. The blue nigger bitch. Oh. The transgender Jesus. Oh. Don't be racist in here. You afraid to say the word nigger? It's a word. I don't see color. I don't see race. So you afraid of a word? I shit on the American flag. I took an oath to the constitutional right. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech, of the press, of religion, the right to address grievances, form well-regulated militias. Do you know your rights? Stand up for your rights. I hate niggers, white niggers, brown niggers, red niggers, yellow niggers. What kind of nigger are you? Are you racist? I don't like racist. Nigger's an attitude. So don't come in here with some attitude. I know, isn't that crazy, Los? I grew up in Los Angeles, California, so I grew up around all nationalities, cultures, the melting pot of the world, if you will. So everybody tried to beat me up. White boy named Tracy White. I grew up as the minority, not mad at any nationality. If you see color, you need to leave. Children don't see color. 4 children at the age of 4 years old playing in a playground, different ethnicity, one from China, one from Saudi Arabia, one from maybe Africa, one from Russia. You think they see color? Father put melanin in our skin because how close he put us towards the equator. That's what that's all about, or the shape. You think when a man's trying to split my wig, pop my grape, has my 6, I see color? So I'll bet you this guy definitely says the word N-word. That wasn't the result you were expecting, was it? Stone Cold Steve. You're not cold, Stone. Creamery. That's ice cream, isn't it? In fact, it's cold as hell. A rocket. Did you get Rocket Road at the 7-Eleven? Oh, maybe it was the Kmart. Cheap. Blue light special. They dumped a quarter in the ride, and then you got Rocky horsed. Back and forth. Not like a chair. Like a horse or a rocket. Hate speech. And those are the 2 stupidest words. Los, you can't yell incite violence, okay? You know what I'm saying? You can't incite violence. You can't yell fire in a theater. But fuck that. I mean, apologize for my outburst, but you know what I'm saying? Hate speech. Thank you for saying that. I dig that, man. I dig that. I thought I was the only one who thought that in this rock. Man, I think I found somebody who has something in common with me. No, seriously, those are the 2 stupidest words ever. Hate speech. Get over it. Sticks and stones may break my bones, right? But names, words, that we grew up as a child. Remember as a child, we said that I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you. I mean, come on, man. Yeah, I know. That was it. What the hell? Dude, what the hell is going on? You're offended by words? Get out of here, Karen, Ken, Snowflake. You want a trophy every time? You'll win? All I do is win, win, win. Sounds like that Trump generation, huh? They can lose. It's the trophy. Here's a trophy. You lose because you get a trophy. You win, you get a trophy. They don't know what it's like to lose. They're a bad, entitled generation. They're niggers. Trump niggers. Biden niggers. Right? John RFK niggers. They're all George Washington niggers. So it's an attitude. Get over it, man. Father created one race, the human race. Act like a freaking human being, for Christ's sake. We all bleed red blood. I can tell you that. We all bleed red blood. What makes us so different? Melanin? Get out of here. The shape of our eyes? Get out of here. I don't understand people. I don't have very much in common with most people on this rock. It's Satan's world that we live in, his playground. This isn't some kind of heaven on earth. Earth's not below your feet and heaven's not above your head. You don't live on a planet. There's no such thing as a planet. Planet of the monkeys. Planet of the big feet. Did Chewbacca have a threesome with Anakin Skywalker and then Wookiee with an Ewok? And now we got Planet of the Big Feet, or apes. What do you call it? Apes. Man ball from apes. Why are there still apes? Well, it's not the Epstein files. It's the Trumpstein files. Okay? Trumpstein, not Epstein. It's Trumpstein Island, not Epstein Island. It's EpiPen Island. We're going to make sure we include the Clintons, both Bill and Hillary, not Billary. Remember? They're all island boys and girls. They bring boys and girls to the island, Trump's Island. It's Trump's Island. So we already know the list is already out on the black, dark. Remember, I've been reading these white papers on and off the dark web for decades now. We already know he was on the Lolita. So we already know he's a pedophile, and so is Joe. Remember, he said, "You knew I was a snake before you let me in." Then he let Joe Biden. Two cheeks to the same hole. They trade lightsabers in the ice hole on the island, Trump's Island, Trump's Teen Island. Hashtag that out. Send that out across the northeast, west, south, the four corners of this rock that you walk. Give it the news, right? Are you spinning on a ball? This one time in ball camp, or whatever, take your little flute and stick it somebody else's American pie. But you can hashtag that out across the world. Trump's Teen Island. It's Trump's Island. He's the one who's responsible for touching children at the airport. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. That don't math with me. These people are on some kind of Adderall or Mexican Americans. I'm not sure what's wrong with them. They think they're spinning on a ball. Well, so does most of the world. But anyways, world. Is that WHIRLED world or WORLD world? Hello? Nanu. Beam me up, Scotty. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Elon Musk could cure world hunger. The Kill Bill, Broadway wide pizza gates could he could cure world hunger too. So could Mr. Warp Speed, Donald John, in his 58-story Babylonian tower. Manhattan Tower, decorated with the Babylonian sun god Satan, Jesus Christ, Mithra. I know, that's what I'm saying, Lois. See what I'm saying? And all his CGI and all his boring. And they link the Starlink where he's bringing up all these robots up in the sky, and he can tell everybody there's aliens because he said that they lost we went to the moon technology. He's in on it too. Mr. Baphomet, the People's Champion. Remember that costume he wore during Halloween, that stinky muskrat? The iron will not cleave with the watery clay, Mr. Mustingy Rat. It's the age of clay, not gold dawn age. Remember, they trade lightsabers at the ice hole. He's on the list too. He's another island boy. Elon Stinky Muskrat. I'm all over that like flies on stink. Like white on rice, huh? You long grain? You love you long time like rice? Rice, baby. Oh. I like to play with these silly little games. They play their ball camp, remember? This one time in ball camp. So, spinning on a world and going to the moon. I'll give you a trip to the moon, Alice. Let's not go there. Think about it, guys. How many years, decades after decade, have they been flying up these rockets, cock rockets or whatever, and dropping off payloads to their international swim station up there? Space station. Would you like to explain the currents of air bubbles in the lunar waves, NASA? That's a pretty nice wave. See them ladies in their hairspray? Aquanet. Can you explain the different blood types? Oh, man. That's father. I'd like to explain it, and I've looked into it, but remember, we all come from source. So I do find it interesting that we are all different types, and they try to say that there's these special, types, but, compatibility has a lot to do with, obviously, I don't know how much you know about hemoglobin and white blood cells. And like I said, I don't want to get into it too much because I looked into it. It's pretty fascinating. It's a pretty damn good, a lot of good question. When the schizophrenia kicks in, Jake's got the schizophrenia. He's a schizo. Somebody get this guy some, Well, I've done research on this too, because remember they say there's this certain bloodline that comes from somewhere else, and the RH negative and all this, because we are, it's like our DNA is made of protein. If you break it back down to source, and I don't know. To me, I don't know. I never could find this link, because I started looking into things like alkalinity and acidity and pH and things like this, trying to figure out what would, and again, at like the protein base of how our makeup at a DNA level. And like I said, I don't want to go into it in too much, because I think that's a fascinating question. And why do we have these? Because we all bleed red blood. I mean, but that's a pretty badass question. Why can one person not take another person's blood? And if it's the wrong blood, it's not compatible, you know? Because the reason why I looked in it too is that there's this supposed other bloodline or whatever that people have, right? Other than O positive, you know. But I haven't looked at that stuff in a long time. Actually, it's probably been over 20 years. I think it's been since probably plus, when I was looking into that, and I don't know. I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find anything for me. I didn't do enough research in it. You know what I'm saying? Well, hey, appreciate Bethany and Nicole. I don't really. That's cool for you people who just hang out and glean. That's totally cool. Appreciate just it's encouraging. It's edifying for you guys that are come in and glean from the chat, not just me. Hopefully there's people in the chat that are putting a lot of awesome stuff, because I've learned a lot more from other people than I mean, I've got a pretty inquisitive mind and can reconstruct things, but appreciate you saying something. It is edifying. And people don't. I know people come in and don't comment at all, and that's totally okay. I know I push people to comment. That's kind of cool, because I sometimes forget I bounce off the comments a lot in this channel. It wouldn't be what the channel was if I didn't, turned off the comments or didn't. And I know some people are like, would you stop talking to these people? Just it's kind of what makes the channel. It would be the same channel if we didn't bounce off comments and stuff. But appreciate you coming forward and saying something. It is kind of edifying for the channel too. Hopefully these other people that are here, the moderators, stuff a bit frequent here, know that, hey, your comments, people are watching them. People are watching you, not just the government and Christ in you, but people are watching you. No, appreciate it. Okay, yeah, awesome. I hope you don't listen around me, Bethany, when the boys. I think when I get out of here, Bethany, when I can get onto the streets and do man on the streets and do more of this type of organic, because I like to take the ministry mobile and go interview people just with words. I'm a big word thing. This channel is a lot about having the definition of what we're talking about. But I do appreciate you coming forward, and it is edifying. And again, I apologize for my potty mouth with the kiddos. I wasn't like that until I had the issue with my son. Obviously, I tried really hard to keep my stuff together, and I think if I just leave hey, stop it, leave him alone. The dog's whining. You have to share the couch, buddy. And I can just get a vacation. I'll be better. I'll come back and be supercharged. I've just been working real hard for a long time, and taking a break. I figured that. Yeah, no, you said that. You made that. You made that clear already in your statement. I'm just making sure that I'm saying you made that already clear. I shouldn't have said that, but I just know I really wish I can curve this potty mouth, and I will. I'll get there. I'm almost to the ending point with what's going on with me legally. They're going to throw me in jail, or this will all get taken care of and we can move on, and I can have my passport, and I'm going to try to get my vehicle in good enough shape to go on the road. We'll take this ministry on the road. It's going to be so awesome. This ministry is going to be an amazing ministry. You know what I'm saying? When we can go talk to the people and just stick a microphone in their face and say, hey, tell me what heaven is, and just, it's going to be more organic. You know what I'm saying? Father's kind of restrained me, and I'll get through it. I'll get past this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm encouraged to do that, because I used to do that here on YouTube and did man on the street videos, and I really enjoy going up without any kind of script and sharing the gospel. Try to share the gospel with people and just current experiences. Just like right now, I would probably, if I was a little bit more mobile, I'd probably gone up to Portland, Oregon, and went up there and did some interviewing and showed you, hey, I live in Oregon. There's nothing going on up here. You know what I'm saying? My dog is a dingo, and the other one, he's a healer. They're working dogs. So I do appreciate, again, Bethany, that you say that you are gleaning from the channel, and I apologize. I do think once I get on the road, there'll be no reason for me. And if I just get out of America, I'm kind of hurt, because I have a son. He's 25, but I can't even go look for him right now, Bethany. I can't get the cops to look for him. I can't file a missing person report for my son or my daughter. So it's no excuse, but I'm a little bit stressed out. Every day is a struggle. It's like a battle, especially if you've been listening. I know where they're at, or maybe now, so it's okay. Father's in control. You know what I'm saying? Nice. Good stuff. Yeah, give him that southern. So I appreciate it. I know as a parent, I don't turn off being a parent. When my son turned 18, I didn't, I could have been living a different life, but I don't have any regrets. Yeah, I think he might be mad at me if he's alive. I just talked with somebody again today, and they kind of agree. Went over some of the evidence in this case. It'd be pretty hard for him to be alive at this point, because he could, him and my daughter could file suit. They were assaulted, and so it's not looking good. But I have to try to leave that in Father's hands, and it's so hard to know that everything I try to do, as I said earlier, I'm a service to other person, military at 17 or whatever I'm saying. It just that I thought this would help him, and it ended up backfiring in my face. And I feel so guilty now for not listening to him and taking the gold and silver that he had told me, and go on the road like I'm telling you that I'm trying to do now. And so if I ever get the blessing and Father will unchain me, that I'm going to go. And I'd like to come back to America and finish what I started here. So I paid this ministry off instead of getting myself an attorney, my son or my daughter, because I felt it was more important. I didn't know what's going to happen in my life, and I know this place isn't going anywhere. So it is what it is. So, Father's in control. He has this whole situation in his hands, and if he wants something to change, it'll change when he's ready to change. So I need to move forward, and if I don't go to jail, it's going to be a long struggle for me, but I'll get there. Maybe he will show someday, or someday I think I'm going to have to file the lawsuits, and I think that's when he'll be located when I make the lawsuits. I've just been so hesitant to make the taxpayer in this county, the poorest county, have to pay for the behavior of the law enforcement that are supposed to be serving the community, and they're breaking the law. So that makes the local county and then the state have to pay for the lawsuit. So But it's okay. Um, I'm certain that he has this in his hands, and whether my son and daughter are alive or not, that's not my. Can't ever take back the fact that I didn't listen to my son, and all I can do is if I have a chance to, not by chance or but there's no chance or luck or free will. If that day arises again that I can leave, I'm gonna leave to take a vacation because I think that's what he'd want me to do, and try to do it in a way that I can leave and come back. And I'll do it in any way where I get a warrant for my arrest because I don't show up to a court date or something like that. And then I get separated from my dogs. And so it'll work out. It's not how I wanted it to. It's actually the complete opposite. Because if they're dead, then I wasted my time. And then if they're missing, that I want to help them and I can't. And then if they're mad at me, then this is all a waste of time too. So there's no good results for anything for me, but I can't change that. All I can do is try to move forward in my life. So appreciate it. I think after here, and that's coming up next month, that I won't be cursing on this channel anymore. I'll just move on with my life, or I'm going to be moving into a jail cell with a bunch of stinky dudes. So prison or whatever they're gonna do to me. So I don't have a record or anything. So we'll see what they can't give me too much time. So gotta let it out. Yeah, you gotta let that stress out, Bethany. Don't hold it in. It's not good. You know what I'm saying? Nice. Thank you, Los. Yeah, I hear you. Yep, good stuff. Yep, no, we're blessed and abundant to be here, So I stood up for my son. They were trying to arrest my son, Elaine. Trying to throw him in jail for not doing his probation when he did it 2 times. He didn't do it just once, but he did it twice, even when his wife was going to work for 5 days a week and then would go to work with him 2 days a week so he can have somebody to do it with. And he had a supportive wife, and they still were trying to throw him in prison. So I wouldn't let him do that. And they ended up SWAT raiding the house, and it's all on the live stream. It's a pretty difficult thing to watch. So, but I haven't filed the lawsuits because I don't want the county to pay or the state taxpayers to have to pay. So they assaulted my daughter and son in their sleep with a concussion grenade and then hit me in the face with a grenade. And so then they shot my son with his hands in the air. It's all on video here on the live stream. I live streamed it. So I haven't filed a lawsuit because I don't want him, or he turned over the money changer tables. They were fiend. That's taxation. So I know I'll have to answer to Father because I make millions of dollars off the taxpayers' back. Doesn't feel right to me. So I haven't filed lawsuits. That's probably a $25 million tear gas canister, and they fired 5 of them. I have, those grenade pins go, but they're here somewhere. But anyways, I don't need to go over that. They grenaded my son and daughter from their sleep, and you can't do that, even if they had a warrant to try to come in here and arrest my son. They didn't have a warrant for my daughter, and they took her that day and then dropped her case. So there's a lot of lawsuits to file, and I know if my son and daughter were alive, they would already filed their lawsuits, is what I trying to hold on to the fact that it is what it is, though. What can I do? I can't go back and change what I should have taken the gold and silver that I had that my son had asked me to do and went on the road. And you probably don't know the story, but that's was something I was trying to do. Go get more books like we were talking about earlier to put in the archive. Like I told you that I'd built. I've kind of been on this thing for a while. I asked people to send books here to the ministry. Nobody sent any books. So I got heartbroken. You know what I'm saying? I thought people would send the books. I built damn 4 years plus took me to, well, that's $250,000 to $500,000 archive. I thought people would want to put books in there for me, but nobody did, and I let it go. So I was thinking about going on the road and collecting them, at different Goodwills, and I buy them in garage sales, and there's lots of good ways to obtain books, which are very valuable for later to me. So my son told me to leave, go on the road, and they didn't do it. So I have to blame myself for the rest of my life for, if he's not alive, that I should have listened to him. I'm the one who is responsible for his death. So, oh well. Can't change it. All I can do is try to get out of here, and he wanted me to leave. So if I ever get that blessing and they drop this case, which there is a chance that they will, and it's just as good as they will as they won't, I want to be ready that time to go so I can come back. And I think if I file the civil lawsuits, the investigators will get to the bottom of the evidence that I've given up. So, but it's okay. I'm trying to just take it one day at a time and just go one day at a time right now and make it to the 24th of November is what they have as their pre-trial. And then 1 week later, they're going to take me to trial. So, with a case where I don't even have my son and daughter, and they were in the car with me on their, no, I don't have a local lawyer. My lawyer's from a different county, $500 an hour. One of the most expensive attorneys in the state. So, no, I know he's not local. He's from a long way away. So, it costs a lot of money just to have him drive there. Eight-hour drive at $500 an hour. Imagine how much that's just going to cost me just in drive time. Damn. So, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why don't you go get a drink? You like that wood stove going there? Is that warming you up? Don't you kiss me. Don't you dare. Don't you kiss me. You don't kiss me. He's just hanging out with the dad. He was trying to ask me a question or something. What are you doing here, boy? All right. Go ahead. There we go. He's a good boy. He's my dingo. He's my dingo boy. Why don't you get a drink, bud? There's a whole thing of water right there. You're just going to get away from the wood stove. You wearing that big old jacket. You mind crazy dingo. So, thanks for coming in. Appreciate your time. Time is valuable. You can't print it. You can't make it up. It's near impossible at this time. It's going so breakneck fast speed. It's cooking. So we're ticking away here. 5786, right? Is that what time I'm in? Get some of this stuck in this Mandela placebo affected time where people think it's 2025. 20 what? 20 nothing. Like a rack, like 2 stacks, decks of a deck of mine. Let me see. I'll put your hands up times 2, double deuce. What do you mean 20? 47, 88, 8675 309. Yes, he does. Mr. Bowbone loves me. These puppies love me. This boy here, he's 13 years old. He thinks he's a puppy. So, yep, we got to stay here for my puppies. So, if I could leave, I would. Get in that spot right there. Get in the zone. Auto zone. All right. Oh, I think it's time to partake in some cannabis. We better check our fire. Oh, we better throw another shrimp on the Barbie here. Let's look in our fire here and see if we. Oh yeah, we still, so we can keep the old fire going. We got our fan going here off of the fire, so throw some more wood on this bad boy so we can try to keep the cabin warm for the puppies. They like the fire more than me. They do. They love sitting by the fire. Oh, let's get this moss. Okay. On our hat. Oh, good size stuff there, huh? Look at that. Ooh, that's hard there. There we go. Let that bad boy rip. Pretty dark out there. Pretty dark out there. Oh. All right, we're back. Guess who's back? Oh, all right. So, we're gonna some of this Girl Scout cookie. We're gonna have some of this peanut butter cookie meds here. Oh yeah. All right, there we go. Now you know. Oh yeah. Oh. Get in my bowl. Oh, that smells like very peanut buttery. That's very peanut buttery. Peanutty. When your cannabis smells like peanut butter, you know that you've got the goods. Uh-oh. It's a little nutty. A little nutty. Oh yeah, that's Girl Scout cookie for sure. That's the Girl Scout cookie. Cross. It's like a peanut butter cookie. Peanutty. Are you nutty? Are you nutter butter? Are you a genetically modified cookie? I never had a mole bed of butter. It's definitely got a peanut butter flavor to it. Peanut butter cookie. Man, pretty impressive for just, you know, little 4 foot, 3 foot, 4 foot little lady. A little lady. Dude looks like a lady. Oh, man. So, you reap what you sow. And in this case, she turned out lovely. Isn't she lovely? You guys are quieter than all get out. What's wrong with you? The guy has all assert your right to remain silent, and take the Fifth Amendment, and shut up. So, who's the last person to say? Kenneth said something about God as a title. God! Godspeed! Or warp speed. Which speed are you on? Warp speed or Godspeed? It is harvest time, JC. It is. Many people are, and I have to actually take those ladies tomorrow. I don't want them to go any longer because they're going to start turning amber, and I don't want them to be amber because they still will get to that point a little bit at the, well, I'm going to put them in the dark for a couple of days, at least 2 or 3 days, and then I'll go ahead and take them. And so, worship speed. Speed, what are you on there? You on the warp speed? On the Donald speed? Are you on the Donald juice? On the anal syrup? We're on the Shiloh juice in here, not that backside, back door leaking out the backside. Maybe get the vomit tsunami. Uh-oh, we lost our lights. We're going to have to be in the dark. We'll see. Maybe we got some more lights. Oh, we got more lights. We got more lights. Wonder why it's so dark outside, because we stole all the light. Well, the walkway. There we go. We got the lights. Camera action. Action Jackson. I think it'll turn down in a minute. Turn down for what? So, why you, what are you speeding on there, Kenneth? Slow down, Turbo. You're going too fast. You work for me, go fast, I'll fire your ass. Action Jackson. There we go. We got more Jackson than Michael doing the moonwalk out of here. Doom, beat it. Remember? Hey, now, be nice. There we go. Doom, doom, boom, doom, doom. I like that. Remember? The Jackson 5. Get yourself an egg and beat it. Remember Weird Al's spoof song he did? Michael Jackson's. He did that. Get yourself an egg and beat it. Never mind. Damn, how does my mind go to something like that so fast? Because it was already thinking that. You just letting it out. It was a Weird Al song. He did it was a song about, you remember he spoofed a lot of the other artists. But yeah, just beat it, beat it, beat it. Don't make me, yeah. Eat it, that's what it was, right? Eat it, just, thank you. Just eat it, not beat it. Yeah, just eat it, eat it, eat it, damn it. So JC's got what I'm talking about. Man, those are some crazy times, the 80s, huh? In the 90s, some weird times. Yeah. Open up the fridge, get yourself an egg and beat it. I remember. Have a banana, have a whole bunch. It doesn't matter what you have for lunch. Just eat it. See, I just remember, just eat it. I just did a little bit of the lyrics for you. I remember. Remember? Have a banana, have a whole bunch. I remembered some of it. That was off the top of my head. I'm sure I can remember more, but we better not go there. We don't need to sing the whole Weird Al. He was kind of a strange character, wasn't he? Remember Gallagher? The guy used to smash fruit. Oh, that was a good show right there. Everybody had to get their prophylactic on there. You know what I'm saying? Get their cover, their veil, if you will. And he'd be smashing all the fruit, all that different stuff. He'd take with his big hammer there. Now that was comedy, boys. You know, we were just smashing shit, you know. There's some entertainment value for you. I'll pay $1 to watch that, or $3 or $5 or $10 or whatever the entry fee was at the time, probably 15, 20 bucks or something. That was a lot of money back then, imagine, huh? 20 bucks, man. She, I could eat for a whole week on 20 bucks. $100 buy a whole month worth of groceries back then. A whole cart, that's real meat too, not this pink slime and not genetically modified, waxed with the bug sprayed, all the same kind of. Grandma's look like that fruit that was on her table, kind of all the same size, same fruit, same size, you know, whatever. Yeah, roll up. Makes money, roll up. Remember when $100 bill was what, like 100's a new 20? You break it, it's gone with the wind, like a movie or something. 100's a new 20. I know it's insane, isn't it? Hey, listen, Los, you know the crazy thing is, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Grow your own food, make your own power, dig your own well, get the fuck out of the system, stop feeding the system. You don't have to spend that money. You could have a budget. Oh shit, we got more tomatoes and we know what the hell to do with. All right, we made tomato paste, we got canned tomatoes, we got salsa, we got, you know. There you go. Get some chickens, man. Get some chickens. Then you get chickens like, oh shit, we bred out chickens. Now we got more chickens than we do with more eggs. Oh my God, what are we gonna do? Feed them back to the chickens? Yeah, you can feed chickens or chickens. They'll eat liquid chicken or chickens. They'll eat their own selves and chicken eggs. Just, yes, they will. So you really won't run out, and then you can mulch it or do whatever. It's like a never-ending supply chain. Protein. Gold nuggets, remember? Right out the back of the ass. I gave 3 dozen away today. Like, here, take some eggs while you're here, please. Be fruitful, multiply, hatch them out. No. See? Extra tomato plants. Oh my God. Extra chickens. Oh my God. Rabbits coming out. Oh my God. We got rabbits running all over. What are we going to do, honey? Let's trade them to the neighbor. But see, you got country to trade your neighbor, because your neighbor next door, people don't even know their neighbor living right next door to them for 10 years. The hell's up with that? BlackRock. Well, most people are renters now. We used to all own the homes. Now people are just mostly renters. The neighborhoods are dead in America. You can put a fork in them, they're done. Like zombie neighborhoods. Kids running around on iPads. That's about it. Not a lot of life in the American neighborhood. So, anyways, chickens. You can't have chickens in the neighborhoods, can you? Nope. See why it's so quiet? Can't even have a garden. They'll find you if your grass is too long. Fuck. HOA. That's crazy. Whoa. We want to live next to somebody where you can feel it, fart, smell it, huh? I see her one neighbor and raise you one. Whoa. Ooh, he's got Whistling Dixie over here. Oh, wait, that was Reveille coming out his backside. Now you got a noise ordinance violation because you're over there passing the gases. Careful, you're banging the old lady. She's screaming no, and she really means yes. Knocking over the lamp. The neighbor thinks she got a gun. Now you're getting swatted. Damn. America, boys. America. You thank Ronald Reagan for the SWAT team there. They didn't really win that war on drugs, did they? Remember Dare? They had those things. The choice for me is drug-free. Little ribbons and stuff they passed out. The McGruff, the drug dog. I'm the crime dog. Yeah, they can't do that. You've been arrested. I've been a pig, remember, Los? You haven't been detained. If they arrest your wrist or arrest your body, you've been arrested. You know what I'm saying? Now, they may not have booked you on charges, but you have been, your body has been accosted on your Fifth Amendment right. You have been, no, it's not detained. There's no such detained. No, there's no such thing as a detainment. You can't be detained. If they arrest your body, they stop what cost your body. Nobody can stop your body, unless you committed a crime. You have the right to travel. Nobody can stop your body. This is natural, organic law, Black's law, color of law. It's always been here. Remember, I'm eternal. I'm older than all you combined in this room. Well, eternally I am, but this is the way it's always been. It's the law of the land. It's the right to travel. So you can't stop somebody and put your hand on them. Well, now that'd be assault, right? So you can't stop somebody. That's your Fourth Amendment right to be secure in your house, papers, persons in effect. You're going to cost their body. You have to have the Fifth Amendment right. That's your right, Miranda right. So they're going to cost your body. You have to show probable cause or reasonably articulable suspicion. To have a reasonable articulated suspicion means to articulate the crime that you committed. That you've committed a crime, articulate that you're in a commission of committing a crime or the crime you're going to commit. They have to articulate which crime you committed to accost or stop you from traveling your body. So there's no such thing as a detainment. If they stop you to investigate, that's an arrest. You've been arrested. Arrest your body or wrist, that's an arrest. People just the wrong. They get away with it because they do this. They're criminals. Crimes of commerce, not even operating in a judicial capacity, but we won't go into all that right now. So, but I've been one of these pigs. Remember, throw people in a rape cage without a victim, no crime. That is natural law, just so you know. If there's no victim, remember, this is repugnant by the Constitution. You have the right to face your accuser. The state's not the accuser. Like, what are they going to bring the whole state against you? Show up to court. No, we're piling the whole state in here. The county, yeah, right. But anyways, it's all a bunch of retarded law. But it's okay if people go by it. Let them detain them, and it is what it is. The country I live in. See how I want to leave and come back later when I'm energized and just can live alone for a little while. Because I don't like being in a country where they arrest people and people, just, it sucks. They accost people. It's called accosting your body. They can't do that under the Fifth Amendment. They can't accost your body unless they can articulate a crime that you've committed. No victim, no crime. See? It's all lawless. Not even legal nor lawful. But the Constitution says repugnant, and that's why he puts me up to such a measure. I'm a pain in the ass for this fucking government. So, yeah, what is suspicion? Is that a misdemeanor or a felony? Need to be a See what I'm saying? Suspicion. What is suspicion? A misdemeanor or a felony? It's not a crime to be suspicious. Get the fuck away from me. What are you, the feelings police? It's a near action, Jackson, remember? But they get away with this shit because people, don't assert their rights. And that's okay. But I understand those. I've been there, done that, I know. Remember, I've been a pig. I was one of these fucking clown cops. I was a military police when I was in the Army. SWAT, Special Weapons and Attack. That's all I've done, all this. I hate what I did in my past, but I know now what I did. That's why I'm so hard on these pigs and audit them. An armed public is a polite public, especially with the, not just weapons, Second Amendment, but a First Amendment, auditor, citizen, journalist. You have the right to free press. Citizen journalists, the right to privacy in public is not a thing. You have no right to expectation. If you're a public servant, you should always have a cameras stuck in your face. How are we going to know that they're fucking up? We don't film them. See how that works? So, but most people are not, you know, they're just too scared of the police because they're thugs. They're jackboot thugs. I know, been there and done that. So, criminals, extortionists, road raiders, road pirates. So, nobody's committing any crime. You can't walk around the fucking streets, you know. Oh, fucking rub against a cop. Fucking even just accidentally rub your cock against them because you got a big cock and you were assaulting them with your cock. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to go there just like that, Los, but think about that. You can't touch them, but they can fuck you up. Look what they did to me. They grenaded me in the face. They may get away with it if I never file this lawsuit, right? Father, no, they won't. Father would pour out a just measure when he returns. Nobody getting away with nothing. But, you know what I'm saying? They can come out and assault my son and daughter with grenades. With fucking concussion grenades. That's not how you serve a warrant. So, whatever. I realize now I have to file these reports even if my son and daughter are dead, alive. It don't matter anymore. It's not, I mean, it never was about that, but it's about accountability. Because these rogue thugs have been out there, I'm sure, doing these to other people. And now I feel kind of bad about it. But, punch a cop. You don't have to punch a cop. Remember, you just have to touch a fucking cop. It is. People don't realize it. Remember, under the Constitution, it's illegal to overthrow the government. But under the Declaration of Independence, not only is it the right of the people, but it's the duty. First ballots, then ballots. First Amendment comes first, redress grievances. First Amendment, Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech of the press, religion, redress grievances, form well-regulated militias, heavily armed. First ballots, then bullets. See how that works? You remind me of the Hamburglar. Oh, well, I'm not a Hamburglar ever. Fuck McDonald's. Eat your kids. Eat McNuggets. Eat bleached kids. Disgusting. It's Mac tonight. Come on, make it Mac tonight. Listen here, Evelyn. We don't do McDonald's. I'd kick you out of my life if you even wanted to mention to eat McDonald's in my car or even go there. Get out of my life. You eat McDonald's, I don't want to talk to you. Oh. It's just a lad. I got tall ceilings, so everybody's always worried what they see. But that's all right. You see what I'm saying? You understand? Evelyn, do you understand? All right, you can get off your knees now. I know what I've been licked. All right, thanks for coming in. Hey, wait, hold on a second. That didn't come out right. Oh, there we go. Insurrection Act is bullshit. No, they're going to pull that. You know he is Los. Trump's going to pull that shit. He's going to put it in play. He's going to put to him, you know. She thinks I'm the Hamburglar. I'm sorry I took the money. Oh, wait, that's not the same burglar. Oh. I'm not sorry I took the money. Get it? All right. Get it? Because of the time change. You got to be more than a rapper now. Times change. I'm a wordsmith. I think in paragraphs. I think about rappers I want to tear in half. I'm as deadly as sarin gas. The fuck you staring at? Get it? Like New York on New Year's. Get it? Because of the time change. I'm on the left coast, so I ain't right. You have to excuse me. apologize, but I'm not sorry. Remember I said I was sorry I took the money. It was just a movie. It was Pee Wee Herman, remember? I think it was in Nice Dreams. Nice Dreams, man. All right, so we're chooching on some medicine that I grew. This is the peanut butter cookie. I think I'm going to try this white chocolate chip cookie here now. Get out of California, Los. Get the fuck out of California. That state is beautiful up north, but what the hell? I don't know how far down south you are, but you could tell me by like location, probably like, well, I'm down here by Fat Jack's off of, Sepulveda Boulevard, Sepulveda. Yeah, Sepulveda. Oh, never mind. Sepulveda. Are you Slauson? Are you at Slauson Boulevard? My dad used to tell me you take the Slauson cut off and cut off your Slauson. My dad was kind of a weirdo. See, cut from the same cloth loin, apple far from the tree. Oh, goodness gracious. Gracious almighty. Not Bruce. Bruce. Like Springsteen. Born in East LA. No, that one. Climbed over wild wire, swam across the stream. Rode in 6 different trucks packed like the sardine. Walked all day in the burning sun. Now I know what it's like to be born to run. 'Cause I was born in East LA. Oh, remember that? I don't belong here in downtown TJ. There were deported people back then, huh? Run to your Southern California Toyota dealer. Oh, run like hell. Yes, those Mojave. Right, you think you said that I grew up in the Mojave. I was born in the Mojave Desert. I was born in the valley. I was born in the valley. The valley. Like for sure, bro. Like shaka, bro. So cool. So yeah, I would get the hell out of that. I mean, there's just too many people. California is just, I don't know. Where do you go? There's nowhere safe to go at this point. Not safe, but there's better places than others. I know growing up, people used to, there's always honey holes, if you will. Good spots and bad spots. I never let anybody tell me. I was born in the San Fernando Valley, so I was born right there in the valley. Couldn't be more valley than that. That is the valley. When they talk about the valley, like Valley Girls, they're talking about the San Fernando, So I know where you're at over there. I know where you're at. More to the east, southeast over there. So out all that populace over there by the hills. I was chilling with the flat. Didn't want to come down to the flatland because I was chilling with the homie on the hill. Well, that was Too Short up by Oakland, remember? Too Short. Oh. Too Short. Too Short. Oakland. Oak Town. Oh, you were born in Germany. Oh, man. God damn. Shit. Yeah. Fuck this country, man. But I don't know. Germany's not going to be... See what Trump's doing over there, making Germany get involved in all this shit? Fucking cocksucker. Apologize, but he is. Him and Powell, Yellow Stain. I'm going to audit the Fed. Yeah, I bet. Anyways. So. Yeah. I always like when people come from a different country because they get to see what this country was like and see how much has changed before 9/11. Man, what a change this country's gone through. You've seen a lot of change really fast. I mean, we've been like breakneck speed since 9/11 here. I know that's a lot of time, but still, so much has changed. It's unfathomable how far we've come down this Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole. Oh my goodness. No, Anderson Silva, you can't because you act like a barrel full of monkeys. Oh, you're a sugar-coated Peabody, you. From Germany. Germany. From Germany. Nice. Wow. Yeah, I see why people come to California, though, you know, because that's where I was born there in the Creek jungle there. So, the valley, what they call the valley. I was born on the hill in the valley. Oh, she be 11 o'clock. All right, we'll run this one out to about midnight. We have a little bit more time here. Yeah, monkey see, monkey do. The barrel full of monkeys. We got the tambourine monkey. See that? I had that when I was doing the CNOE, but then I had to do the. Remember that one that wind up doing the tambourine? I don't think people get the old tambourine monkey, but oh my gosh, it's a circus show. That's like a clown, like Donald or like Bozo. No, like Ronald, like a duck, like Mick Scrooge, like Quack, like DuckTales. Woo! All right, my bad. I'm so wrong. Wrong. Why don't you listen to that song after I get off here? Bob, the song Wrong. Listen to the song Bob, B.O.B. Bob. The lyricist, artist Bob. Listen to the song Wrong. Oh man, it's a good song. Like John Wayne Gacy. Yeah, there we go. I got more John than Wayne. Well, that's all right. I am John's son, and my son is Elijah John. I am the son of John, Tracy John, and again, my dad's name was John, and I am John's son. Remember the Johnson shirts, the Big Johnson? Oh. Most people do, Los. It's not all of them, but most do. Hey, thanks, Jenny, for coming in. Jenny's son with 2 N's in the sun. All right, I'll remember that. And I never made the Jenny thing like the Forrest Gump thing. Although my brain wanted to, Jenny. Okay, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't. Because you probably don't like that. And I didn't want to offend you. Because it's just not nice. I offend everybody all the time anyways. But appreciate your substance in here, putting comments, good comments. Appreciate people who add to the ministry, you know. Appreciate it. It's always good when we get people come in and put good comments in the chat. Otherwise, we just fire you out of here. It don't matter who you are. We're not biased. It says, love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. Well, number 10, Sakaji, even if you're a moderator. Oh. They got the wrench. Who's calm? Am I calm? Calm. Oh, Bunny's in here. Bunny, the little behind Bunny, the one who has sex with his mom. Tammuz, Satanist, mean adversary, trying to get you to go rabbit hole. So, oh, shut up with your Christ is a pagan term. You don't know anything in the scripture at all, Bunny. You don't even know what year it is. Learn your ass from a hole in the ground there, Alice in Wonderland. Go back to your, I'll make you see why Stevie had to wonder, Bunny. Wonder Bunny. Get it? Stevie? Like on the mic? Or is he like on the piano man, like Mr. Rocket Man? You take your little rocket, you know, little, maybe there's some of the little rabbit foot. Whatever. Chill. What do you chill? You got to produce fruit in the chat. Can't just chill. In fact, it's cold as hell. Remember, Rocket Man, burning as I fuse up here alone. Yeah, righty then. Produce some fruit. I'll let you stay here and produce fruit. That's all you have to do, buddy. Remember, produce fruit. We don't want no bad buddies in here. I like rabbits, not like Tom Moose, remember? He had sex with his mom. You have 10 rabbits, 3 does, and 7 bucks. You can make as much meat as a cow. So produce some meat. Beef, remember? Eat the meat. He said meat. Put some meat in there. Not some watered down little bunny rabbit. Love your enemies, that's one. Love your enemies. Okay, well, tell everybody what it means to love. Because love is watered down. Like drinking the milk. Like you ate the cookies. And you gave those kids that gift. Gifts. Fortune teller. Fortunes. Giving fortunes as a liar, a demon. To wish the best for them. No, that's not what it means. That's not what it means, bunny. But if you can be corrected, I'll allow you to stay in here too. So, love is the word agape, and it means show them to the narrow way. If they're in the broad way, like a Broadway bunny, like a Playboy bunny, I think it's a game. Wish. There's no such thing as wishes. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. So you can't have a wish there upon a star or like a bone, like a wishbone, and a bird, like a peep. So I want to hear a sugar-coated peep out of you with that wishes, like a genie. That's an Arab demon. Like you can't put that genie back in the bottle. Like throwing your voice like a ventriloquist. You want to pay me $5 in my cash app? I'll throw my voice there, buddy. This is Grandma. Your lottery tickets are $13.49, and fuck you. No. I have weird energy. Oh, weird. Do you think it's the first time I've been called weird serpent of chaos? Remember, serpent was the Leviathan in the garden. That crooked serpent. When he crooked like a crook. Somebody called me the Hamburglar earlier, so we went off on this burglar chat there. Not like pink slime. Then the bunny came in here like a little pink bunny. A little puff. Little cheap peep. Don't want to hear a sugar-coated bunny or peep out of you. Weird, huh? Weird science. Bits and pieces, pots and pans, bits and pieces. And remember that song? Oh. I'm not insulting you. I'm correcting you now, bunny. Don't be a little bunny. This ain't no play, boy. Boy. So I said if you could be corrected, you can stay here. If not, my moderators will moderate you right out of here. So it's just words, right? There you go. Don't freak out, man. You need a trophy, bunny? You know, like the rabbit in the hare, you lose the race. There, rabbit, silly rabbit, tricks over kids. At least Leviathan can answer, unlike Jesus. Oh, shut the fuck up, you stupid ass serpent. Get out of here. That's a dumbass thing. There's no such thing as Jesus, so you're a liar. Comes in here and says the name Jesus. Goodbye. You know about as much as an ass from your hole in the ground. Pit. Oh, yep. You won't think about these words. There's no muss. It's not in them. So, but you can't turn a goat into a sheep or a bunny into a, well, what are we having for dinner tonight? Ask Elmer Fudd. I think we're having some rabbit. Oh. Oh, you wanted to stay in here for my false teachings? Go fuck yourself, bunny. Seriously, like Tom Moose had sex with his mom. You're going to tell me false teachings. You wanted to stay in here. Now it's false teachings. Don't ever come back here again. You could have, you know what? You could have stayed here and kept your mouth shut. But guess what there, bunny? You just put your head on the chopping block. You did it to yourself. You know, silly rabbit tricks over kids. April Fools. You could have, remember sugar bunnies? sugar-coated peeps. I don't want to hear a sugar-coated bunny out of you, and then you keep your mouth going. It kept it running like diarrhea, like runs in the genes, like good genes. Get it? Good genes. You wouldn't know nothing about that. You didn't have. You could have kept your mouth shut, but you kept running like a faucet. And now you're gonna say false teach. You wanted to look at this. Look at this ass, brothers and sisters. Can't learn for a shit from Shinola. I want to stay in here. I want to be calm. I want to be chill. But now I'm a false teacher. Why did you want to stay in here? You look like a fool. You know that? And then you're gonna talk to Los Los like Los Los is gonna be influenced, and Los Los could say whatever they want in response to this, but you really think Los Los is going to listen to you when you were just in here trying to hug up, suck up, be Mr. Pretty Bunny, Playboy Bunny, she, whatever you are, man, shell, I'm not sure. Maybe you're the 3-gender bunny. Is that a thing? I don't know. So, that's a thought. I'll have to go over that in my head. I bet you I'd come up with something, but suck up more, and then you have the mouth to say something. You know, you should have kept your mouth shut until I moderated you. You're a stupid bunny because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. And then when you ran your mouth, you said false teaching, and you're still right. So why the fuck are you in here right now? Let me be straight with you, just straight up with you. Why the fuck are you in here? Don't bring old Christ and it. Shut the fuck up. Why are you in here? False teacher. So why are you still in here? You're a stupid motherfucker. I don't care what kind of man or woman you are, but you got to be one of the dumbest motherfuckers there is, because you could leave, not type anything and go, but you're still putting shit in this chat when you could just go away. Remember, you wanted to chill, and now you're calling me a false teacher. You're just kind of a stupid fucking bunny, if you ask me. So, because I ain't biblical. I don't do Bible, you dumb fucking bunny. That's written on paper. What are you smoking, bunny? You smoking crack, meth? What are you on? The fentanyl? What are you smoking, man? Did you take too many jabs? Stung? Because you're a little stung at the spelling bee? Maybe too much fluoridated water, chloridated water. You know, too much tapped water. Did you get tapped or stung as a child, or did you get cursed at in cursive? You were... Why are you so pissed? Because you got violated with words? No, you couldn't take correction, and then you call me a false teacher. Now you tell me I'm not biblical. It wasn't written on paper, you idiot. It was written on stone. So what are you smoking? Rock? It was written on rock tablets, pounded out. What are you pounding? What are you, slamming a needle or something? People like to push drugs on me all day, so I figure I'd afford you the same thing. Maybe something's wrong with you. You need some drugs. That's what everybody tries to do to me. Turn around is fair play, right? No, that's called vengeance. I ain't taking no vengeance. You're just a dumbass bunny. Why are you against the word Christ? Okay, don't come back here ever again, bunny. I rebuke you. You're an idiot. Don't ever come back here again. You don't get to ask questions when I ask you a question. You don't even ask. So don't come back here ever again. I'll see you. Remember sunset? You're like the Satanists, the pagans who worship, right? Jesus Christ. Christ. Well, word never written in scripture. Goodbye. Because you don't speak words that are written in the text. Goodbye. Bunny's been here before, so we were just playing with the bunny. We had that little rabbit chasing the golden carrot there. Did you see that? Silly little rabbit. It was kind of like, I had the total Elmer Fudd. I was like, chasing the rabbit, eh? Almost thought about Woody Woodpecker. Thought about it. Yeah. I'll play a little silly little game of chase the whole. Chase the whole carrot. You know, I used to have people tell me they were vegetarians when I sold meat. And I said, well, I got a 50-pound carrot in the back of my truck. Would you be interested in that? I think Rabbit might have been interested in a 50-pound carrot. So you might take that barbecue with me when I leave. That out your back porch there, right? What do you do? Barbecue lettuce? Lettuce. Lettuce spray. Like 2 pissing hollow needles of fang snake oil venom. The Jew tube. 2 hollow needles. Welcome to the tube. All right. A train is heading towards 2 tracks. One, oh my gosh. Immortals. There's no such thing as immortal. Goodbye. See ya. Immortals. I die daily. I'm not a vampire. Don't bring your vampism and cannibalism in here to fix people to eat your shit, crap, or whatever your flesh nonsense that you're speaking. Don't speak in here like that. I'm trying to write some kind of haiku and some kind of Babylonian psychobabble. Can't haiku in here. Well, I'm just saying, yeah, try again. We got something else that's worth a crap here. What was that all about? Immortal. Oh my God, I want to see immortal. I never die. You know that? I'm eternal. I just died of flesh. Spirit's the word hope and dash, so I don't really die, but I want to hear immortal. What are you going to do? Be a vampire and come suck my blood? I come to suck your blood. One bite. We got a little some Sesame Street going in here. There you go. Well, I think about carrot on a string. Now I got a puppet on a string like somewhere over the... You know, they get the Kermit the Frog here. So you'll have to excuse my manner. I just don't do these nonsense. Makes no sense like America. Makes no sense. Get it? Not even a single penny. Not one. Count Chocula, I come to suck your chocolate blood. The Count, one bite. Now we got the Count Chocula. We got the puffs over here. The puffs with the spork. He's eating Count Chocula with a spork. Fork or spoon. Spork. I love it. He's eating the KFC. Remember that chicken looking like it can do nothing but lift weights? Where was the spork in there? First time I remember the spork was at, I think it was at Pioneer Chicken, not, they don't have Pioneer Chicken anymore. Damn, I want some Pioneer Chicken, man. I want some Pioneer. Oh, man, why do they even have to think about that? Damn. They might still have a Pioneer Chicken somewhere. That's an LA thing. Damn, why'd I have to think about Pioneer Chicken? Shit, that batter on that chicken was more batter than Nelly and batter up. Or grandma that you double roll it in batter. Roll you in batter. Remember, no, roll that corn. That rolled corn on the... Oh, man. There's no fallen angel, Victor. So we're just mocking people. Nobody's even came in and made a comment on it once. Victor's the first person to make. There's no fallen angels. And fourth dimension, you don't know anything about dimensions, Victor. So don't come here acting like you know what you're talking about. You're being a little one-dimensional like a piece of paper. 2, there's another side. How do you know the differences between time and space? But you're locked into the box in the 3rd dimension. If you can think outside the box, welcome to the 4th dimension. But you wouldn't know anything about dimensions. So the fuck are you talking about? Fallen angel? You know anything about fallen to me from the sky and dimensions? I just told you you're being a little... Who doesn't know the different dimensions? I don't think you just did. I told you. What's the difference between the 2nd and 3rd dimension? Okay, tell everybody what's the difference between 2nd and 3rd dimension. Let's see if you even... How about the 1st and 2nd? I already told you all dimensions and went through them and already went to the 4th and brought you back now to the 1st, like a piece of paper, one-sided. 2, there's a 2nd side. You said it. Look at this, guys. He can't even answer my question. Look at this dumbass. Look at this. Tell me I'm going to come in here and say, you said it. Oh, you know it. I know it. You said it. You said it. Dude, make some sense. Like America, you can't. No, you can. I can't. Who flung dung? Yes. Uh-oh. And story spots on the wall by Who Flung Dung. I'm not repeating what you said. Goodbye, Victor. Get out of here. You're a dumbass. You're locked in your own third-dimensional box block, spinning on a ball, corkscrewing through time and space from the sun dimension, right? You talked about dimensions, third dimension, block, rock, ball. Victor, you're an idiot. Get out of here. Go on. This is way beyond your dimension. You're locked in a block. Third dimension, like, see ya. Goodbye. Third dimension, you're locked up. Locked up, they won't let me out. Hey, what's the difference between time and space in the third dimension in a block? Nothing. You're still in the block. How do you get out of the block? You got to think outer space. Welcome to the fourth dimension. That's not in the sky, you idiot. Oh, you got to get out of the box. The difference between the second and third dimension. Well, how about my hand? See my hand? I have a hand. How do you know I have a backside of my hand? Well, that's the difference between time and space, the place to take, right? Time and space. Oh, wow. Star Trek through dimension. Star Trek, hey, you know Spock was the first one to fuck a blue bitch on TV? Before Avatars and Smurfette and Smurf Daddy or whatever that was. Papa. Who's your daddy, Smurf? Oh, he was from Indiana, was he? Anyways. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Spock. Remember? Nano. Oh, wait, hold on. That was... The moon landing was on TV. Yes, I saw it lander on the lunar surface. How come we only see one side of lunar phase? Would you like to explain that, NASA? How about the occurrence of air bubbles in the lunar waves there, NASA? Those are some pretty nice waves, NASA. You ever seen them ladies with the hairspray with the Aquanet where they used to do their cock rock ritual with the 7 women that went up to the space to the upper atmosphere? Sphere, like a ball. This one time in ball camp, it's like some American pie. You can take a little Peter Pan god. Oh man, Peter Pan, I was smoking some peanut butter cookies earlier. I'm gonna now smoke some white chocolate chip cookie. Girl Scout cross. Freaking A, Bubba. Not Kush. That's not Kush. This is a cookie cross. Girl Scout white chocolate chip. Hold on, I gotta load it. Are you loaded? Hold on. We're gonna load her. We're gonna get her loaded. Well, this is grown organically. This is grown with chicken shit. I ain't playing. Like somebody said, who flung dung? Where'd that guy go? He said, who flung dung? So we're going to have some stories. A writer, the editor. Spots on the wall by Who Flung Dung. Chicken dung in this case. It's growing with chicken shit or dung. Man. Remember? I'm a plastic man. You know me. I'm a young OG. I'm a plastic man. No, it's a classic. I'm organic. Oh, man. Father did just such a fabulous job when he made cannabis. Cannabis. Frosty. Oh man, I wish you guys had smell-o-vision. Smell it. Oh, that's so nice. Father makes such a beautiful flowers. Flower power, baby, not peace. It's my favorite flower that grows about the dirt. So take that, put that in your apple pipe and chooch on that. Stovepipe. All right. we better put on the filter. I think I better put on the filter and get rid of some of you guys is out here. Hold on. We're going to filter out some of this chat. All right, I don't want to see none of these people here now. All right, we're filtering out all your spam. So YouTube will filter your nonsense for me while I chooch on some white chocolate chip. I had a peanut butter cookie, not like Peter Pan peanut butter. Remember I was talking about that? Your pan god, you can stick your little American flute, whatever your little round pole in somebody else's American pie. Well, whatever, your square peg in somebody else's round hole pie or whatever. God, pan god you go after. They made cannabis because the government wanted to. Well, it was, that's not necessarily was Los, but all I don't want to go into it. I'll just let you. That's fine. Oh man, that's strong. Forget how strong sugar is and caffeine. But it before it was illegal, there was no profit in but anyways, it don't matter. I don't want to go into the history of cannabis. I know the first person that they found, well, the person they found, not first, but the first person frozen that they found frozen in a rock had cannabis in a satchel on the side of their hip, female cannabis. So we've evidently been using this since the beginning of the time of the Stone Age. Bring a whole new meaning to the Stone Age. The Stone Age, get it? I'm a stone soldier. Oh. Move out, draw fire, pop smoke. Roger. Over. I'm gonna pop some tag. Yeah, some foot tags, huh? Stomp them right into your roof of your mouth if you're not careful. Don't die on me now, soldier. Gotta keep your skin in the game. Happens quick, fast, like lightning. It's electric. It's better than snakes up a narco terror. You're not going to put that genie bottle. No, you're not. Damn, that fire's cooking. Man. I got that thing hotter than a humped up fox. I know, Dad, got that thing cooking, huh? Like, yeah, we got it like summertime. Oh. So, anyways, Fallen Angel technology is Project Blue Book, which is the next fake alien invasion. Not next, but the next false flag. And you're all going to fall for it because you think you live on a ball. Reefer Madness, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's right. It's Reefer Madness, baby. It's Reefer Madness. He's chooching on the reefers, terrible. He's on the lettuce. Maybe it's the asparagus. Maybe it's on the broccoli. Oh. The dog's going to drink all the water because I made it about 1,000,000 degrees inside this cabin. I'm going to have to go open the front door. Actually, maybe we'll just open my shot out windows. Oh, the fire, the cops come shooting out my windows. Oh, yeah, we got it freaking hotter than hell in here, don't we? No, in fact, it's cold as hell. Rocket Man. Damn. Dad's got it chooched out in here, boys. Well, the puppies are drinking all the water. Yeah, no, that's good. the neighbor lady there. Well, she lives many miles away, but we're all neighbors out here. So Maui, right on. Maui. Wrong island there, huh? This guy's not on that. He's not on the Trumpstein Island. He's on the, not on the big island, but on Maui. Right on. We had somebody come in from Maui the other day. I think they were from Maui. We were talking about the islands for a while. Talking about the big island because I like the big island. That's my favorite island. You have to live aloha. You can't say aloha. You got to live it. You got to learn how to live it. So Evelyn's from Seattle in the Pacific Northwest. All right, cool. We haven't done that forever. I was like, where are you from? So, but I like the big island. I like the island, mostly Maui Wowie, but it's got some Labrador in it, man. What's Labrador, man? It's dog shit, man. You mean we're smoking dogs? Okay, sorry. Anyways, the islands. Island is a lifestyle. Different kind of lifestyle over there. So I'm on the mainland, over here on the mainland. About ready to try to go south to the other, down to the Americas to the south. Still part of the Maine, but not so much. When they're talking mainland, they're talking north. North. What do you got there? Los. Oh my gosh. So, but they got different lifestyle on the island, so you got to learn aloha there. You don't just get to be aloha, say it. You got to learn how to live it. It's a lifestyle like being a farmer. You just don't become a farmer overnight, or a cowboy, or. But I like the islands out of the tourist areas. Well, yes, Los, because remember they became spiritual Jews over 2,600 years ago. A spiritual Israel, a spiritual bride, a spiritual covenant. Wrestle not against flesh and blood, right? That's the Old Testament. Fee, fine, sacrifice, blood, war, eye for an eye. Now vengeance. Be mine, saith the Lord. So it's all spiritual, right? Not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. So this is all spiritual covenant. Destined, not bound by laws of flesh or fate. Given to Caesar, but that's not, remember, that vengeance, repugnant, remember, unconstitutional, all these things we're supposed to be standing up against. So, fake Jews, remember, these are spiritual Israel. That's not Israel over the desert. That's Old Testament Israel. Knew this Israel is all flesh. Remember? White, black, brown, red, yellow, man, woman, Jew, Gentile. Not just Aaron, but the Jew and Gentile. So fake, meaning this is spiritual. That's a fake spiritual Israel, right? Over there, physical place. See, it's not real. That was the Old Testament, but this Israel now is all flesh, all 180 countries. That can't be just one. That's against this covenant. That's Old Testament. Special, me, pride. Remember pride? His favorite, the heavens. Making sense? I call them out fake. Who else calls them fake? Nobody. I do, because it's spiritual Jews. We're spiritual brides, spiritual temple, spiritual cubits. Right? Wrestle not against flesh and blood. Remember? Once written on tables of stone, the laws of flesh, blood, now blotted out and sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of the hearts of the bride. A spiritual covenant, a spiritual testament, a spiritual Israel, a spiritual Jew, a spiritual, inwardly spiritual Jew, an inwardly spiritual Jew. So were they Jews over there? No. That was some, people saying there is no physical. That's what they did. Try to isolate that people there. Look at what they were going after. They are fake there because they came from the north. Yeah. That's the way it is. A lot of us have family. Looks at my last name. Werner. Werner Bonbon. Oh, damn. I don't have a good last name at all. I come from right there, right beside, his right-hand man, Von Braun. So, I know. Even my grandmother, practicing Jew. People are like, how do you know all this traditional Jew? And I'm like, my grandmother, so mom's side, dad's side comes from the other side. So either side, I don't have good lineage, blood lineage. It's all evil. And I'm the Scorpizzo. I'm born in the valley, though I walk in the shadow of the valley of death. So, born on the hill in the valley. What's up with that? Would you make up your mind? Like a forked tongue? Yep, there we go. Ashkenazi Jews. There we go. You're not fooling Jay. Those who say they are, but they're not. So, you think you want outside? It's too hot in here for you? Oh, let me go let my puppies out. I'll go get some fresh air. I know Dad's got it hotter. I'll get out in here. Dad's got it hotter. I'll get out. Easy pants. Oh. All right. Anyways, let's go back to what kind of what the heading here before I close this out. This next event that's going to come stems from 1,000-year-old technology, Tartaria technology, not fallen angel technology. There's no such thing as fallen angel technology. That's bullshit. That's fake alien bullshit, nonsense. But the whole world's going to fall for it because they fell for some fake virus that's not even alive. And so they're going to think robots are alive. And like I said, they got their robotic tech they've been hauling up above our heads for decades. They're going to drop it on us and tell us it's the end of the world and there's gods in the sky and everybody's going to fall for it. It's going to be easy to pull off. And there's going to be tech in your life you're not going to get away from it, especially in the cities. It's not going to be the end of the world. But that sun's starting to cook. It looks like something's popping with that sun out of nowhere. And so, yep, that's what they're doing. They're trying to protect from the compression event. CERN is not hadron colliding. It's about protecting the magnetosphere that protects our atmosphere of this rock that protects us from the sun. So there's more than just the one in Switzerland, the LHC. They have multiples on this rock, on all north, east, west, and south. If you notice, all countries cooperate. No need for concern with their 666 logo. No matter if they say they're fighting, they all pay for that one in Switzerland, and there are others. So it is to protect ourselves from the compression event that always happens on this rock, like it happened in the 1800s when we had the liquefaction event. All glory to Shiloh. Average. I just do this because Father makes me. I didn't really want to come in here. I don't know why I feel this a little overwhelmed, a little tired tonight, but he said, get your butt in there and go to work. Go to work. But I already went to work today, so get to work. So, yes, they've been digging in. Think about it, guys. If they were going to get out of here, we would have had Airbnbs on the moon. If Elon Musk was going to Mars, you can fart and smell it on the moon. It's so close to us, brothers and sisters, compared to Mars. You're not getting out of this atmosphere. Okay? This underground place is because they know of these Yuga cycles. They know of these compression events that happen on this rock, and we're in one. Currently, that's what's happening, is the weakening of the magnetosphere is causing this atmosphere to shrink down, and that's why the sun is white. It's because heat makes magnetism dissipate. If you put magnet in a fire, it makes it negates, it cancels the magnetism. So as we get closer to that sun, now we don't have that yellow 3 solar cycles ago, 25, 24, 23, 22, because we're in 25 now. The sun was orange or orangish yellow. But as this, if this is the sun right here on this, and we're in this big ball, and with it shrinks down, we're going to get closer to the sun. Right? That's what's happened between the two atmospheres, because we're locked in this firmament. You know, all this nonsense about space farce and space balls and gods in the sky is just a, you know what I'm saying? So they're gonna remember, the firmament collapsed before, brothers and sisters. It fell. It talks about this in Genesis, right? In scriptures about how the firmament, there's another compression event, brothers and sisters. These cycles happen. In this last cycle, they know it's going to be a sun cycle where it's going to compress our atmosphere, the magnetosphere, the heliosphere, the ionosphere, the stenosphere. These are all parts and layers of our atmosphere. So if they get out of here and go to Mars, like they say, and that's the stupidest thing ever. Anything to just say we're going to go anywhere on these balls in the sky is ridiculous. But let them play their space balls. We would have inhabited the moon by now. And if you notice, they would have left already, knowing that because look, there's military in 25 states in America. This is here. This event is here. That's why they're moving borders and moving populations. And because you haven't studied history, they always do this in these events. Start moving the borders around, taking over the mineral rights and getting themselves ready so they can survive these 8 to 10 families through this next event. That's why they have their deep underground military bases or bunkers. So yeah, they would have already left. Why do you think Elon Musk has a boring company and a Starlink company? So he can keep hauling robots up there and then drop them on you and tell them it's the end of the world. And oh my God, we've got fallen angel technology and we're here to save you. And people are going to fall for it, brothers and sisters. And that day is going to come, because they've been saying this since at least, World War II with their Operation Paperclip, where they brought over the top Nazi, chemists over there from Germany, all the physicists. Where Los is from, scientists, Germany. Remember all this? Chemists, doctors, and the head of the top NASA scientist is a Nazi. And this whole NASA nonsense is Operation Nanook, taking over all of the seas and the air. Operation Paperclip, again, it put all these people. Operation Mockingbird, taking over the media, controlling the air, the water, the land, the media, to control this event so that when this compression event happens, that they're ready. They know what happens in a cycle, and they know the cycle. That's how they were able to form the nation of Israel off a triple conjunction in Aries, which represents Father, the tabernacle, the place of rest, on Saturn and Jupiter, which is the same one that brought us into this current age of Aquarius, the celestial sign in the stars that we remember. I'm a magi. I know these markers. I know the markers from past. I know the markers in the future. I know what these Masons know. Remember 33, Cornerstone, the fake Masons, fake Jews, all the same thing we're talking about. So, celestially, we're in a time where time is overlapping itself. And the time is, the Gemini. And I've showed you this on the board. From Aries to Pisces to Aquarius. This is the time that overlaps itself. They know this. This is the 8, or eternal sign. That's that same time overlapping itself with that twist. We're right there in that time, or that time overlaps itself. Like the Ouroboros, the halo, the crown. He said, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. Well, they declared the crown or the coronavirus on March 11th, 3:11. They're toying with you. They know it's here. They have their, machines to protect this atmosphere. And they think they can get in the underground bases. Or they already would have left by now. But they're got it, the whole world think they're spinning on a planet. And God's in the sky. And it's 2025. And none of those things are true. But that's going to be easy to pull off because most people have heard the term fallen angel technology when that's not a thing. It's like a one world religion and a one world order and a one world government. It never says that even one time in the scripture, not once. And people waiting for that as they were lockstep one world governance, stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curve. You guys, you've been fooled. Silly rabbit tricks for kids, April Fools, all this calendar worship and all these things, These people are masters. The devil is wise as a serpent. Remember, that word doesn't exist. Devil, Leviathan, the crooked serpent in the garden, the dragon, the one with the hood, the halo. Does Dan want another piece of pizza? I don't think so. I don't think we're going to do that. I think we'll wait. We'll make some burgers tomorrow, huh? So, anyways, like I said, I think if you watch, you'll see these Deagel maps that they put out in 2017, and their first order of business is beheading the saints or the fake Christians. Let's stop worrying about the fake Jews for a minute. Let's use the word fake believers in Jesus. They'll be the first to go. They're on the list. There's no nations that are Muslim, Buddhists, any of these nations that are predominantly, these nations that are predominantly Anglo-Saxon or Catholic or Christian. That's all the same, whatever. Jesus Christ birthed in the middle of the winter on December 25th. So all those people are about ready to go on this rock by 2025. What do you know about that? Let's have a real truth. What's the word truth is aletheia. I don't think you can handle the truth, but does anybody know about these Deagel forecasts that was put out in 2017? I love you. I love you, big guys. You're a big guy. You too, Biggie Plants, big boy. My puppies are hanging out with the dad. Oh, so my good guys. Oh, my guys. Oh, my guys. You're going to knock over the live stream. Oh. What's HARP have to do with what we're talking about? HARP has to do with technology. I mean, it has to do with ions, but it doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. I lived in Alaska. I know they have more of those. High Rural Aero Research Facility. It's in Alaska, the University of Alaska Fairbanks. That's the largest ion that has to do with bouncing off communication atmosphere like the ham radio, which has a lot to do with what, I'm saying these things, but that has to do with communication. What do you want? What do you want? Is there something you needed? You need something? You need some love from the dad? I love you. You're being a good boy. You were a good boy today. All day today. You were a good boy today. You know that? You're my best boy that ever did best. You're a good guy. You're a good boy today. This is my best my dingo boy. He's a dingo. Somebody let the baby Jesus on the window sill. Did you eat the baby Jesus? Did you eat the baby? Did you eat the baby? Did you eat the baby, Bobo? Did somebody put the baby on the window so they'd make the dingo with the baby? That's okay, Pants. I'd eat the baby Jesus too. Yes, he does. He's a smart dog. He's my dingo boy, huh? Yes, he's my dingo boy. He's a good guy. You're the best guy. You keep an eye on Dad? Yes, you are. You go over there and be silly. Okay. Love my boys. So, anyways, this next event they're going to pull off will be part of this compression event. I believe it'll take our lights out. And they're planning on that. They know that's coming, and they have a whole system set up where they'll turn the lights back on. They have tech that they think that can make it through this next compression event. We'll put it that way with their Hadron Colliders, and they'll come past it, and they'll have their lights and their net and their web, and the world will go on. We're a long way from the end of the world that people want. That's not anywhere near where we're at in the scripture. That's where we're just coming into the second writer of Revelation. So we got quite a ways to go. We still got this writer, and then the black, that's Libra skills. That's Father Judgments, and the death pale green horse. That's going to be probably years, in my opinion. We got a long way to go to get to. And I don't think the end is not what I'm saying. End. That's not how the world ends. The world doesn't end. It never ends. He said, heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. And he's the one, the creator of all this. So it's just going to burn with electric fire by the sun. Whole currents above and below. He did it with water last time, 6,000 years in the past cycle. Remember, we're 6,000 years in the future now, 12,000 years in the super cycle. This time it's going to burn with fire, he said. Promise of the rainbow. So you got to know the scripture to know I've got the text. I've got I've got the playbook. It's called the scriptures, and they have to make every jot and tittle come to pass for that great and dreadful day of the Lord. So they know it. They know the cycles and when it happens, and because they know the Yuga cycles, they know the celestial firmament markers, and because they're wise in that fashion, like the Magi, they can play little verbal voodoo in the skies to you, play lies to the skies in your eyes. They're going to do that with their satellites and their holographic. They did that. That's what that whole Charlie Kirk was introducing you to their holographic, and they have that already. They've already been introduced that before, but they use that as part of that whole, he's a little bit too far to the right, knew a little too much, and then end up like being a little bit too far to the left, acting like an ass or donkey, the elephant and the donkey, whatever. They play little games, got the dog chasing its own tail now. 5 separate shooters and all this nonsense, but everybody saw them take the holographic camera off the back of the tent. We know that was all just a big stage, and what it does, it gets this people, looking away as they pass more legislature like they always do and play their hocus pocus, their alchemy, they like to mix. That's pervert, add, and twist and warp, like a cauldron. I'll get you, you little dog, Toto too, right? Did you follow the yellow brick road? Did you see the price of gold, by the way? Because the wonderful things he does in his golden age, the gold dawn, Abba Donald John, Mr. Scrooge Moneybags, DuckTales, ooh. Yeah, you're going to do all that nonsense, huh? So, but they're doing it by the script. They do it in the halftime Super Bowl show. They put it in children's animation, sting you when you're young, get the spelling bee, and get you spell casting and spelling in cursive and being programmed so you go with the flow. Remember, we were talking about going to the moon, compression events and all these cycles. So they're wise. They got the whole world tricked and spinning on a ball. Remember, all your friends think they live on a planet. Your friends are idiots. They don't know what the hell they're doing here. They're just lost in space. They think they're on a block or rock or ball Third rock from the sun in the third dimension. Remember, somebody speaking about dimension like they knew dimension in here, right? Third rock from the sun, third dimension, 33. Nice. Corkscrewing on a ball or a block, whatever shape you decide to have, or corkscrewing and spinning. That's the Hebrew word pervert, by the way. Well, English word pervert, Hebrew was frover. So, all right, here we go again. So you're on a block or you're on a ball, on a rock, third rock from the sun, in the third dimension, corkscrewing on a ball. Hold on, my dog is weak. Be nice. Share the couch, knucklehead. All right, we'll go back in time. Stop. Hey, share the couch. Stop being talking too much. You're talking back. Stop talking back. You have to share the couch. Stop being such a little nanny puppy. Be a good boy. You okay now? All right, I think he settled down. All right? Being a little emotional tonight here. So, must be the sun. So, anyways, but all right, so you're on a block or a ball, corkscrewing on a rock, block, ball, third dimension from the times, corkscrewing through time and space, right? They go too fast for you? Because hold on, you got to spin at 1,040 miles an hour. Let's go back in time. So you're spinning at 1,040 miles an hour on a ball, third rock from the sun, in the third dimension, corkscrewing through time and space. Put a 1 in the chat if that's what you're doing right now. Because I can tell you can't corkscrew or spin me. But you ever looked at the heliocentric model? There's the geocentric and the heliocentric. You ever look at these models that they have of how any of this works, or supposedly? Anybody know what I'm talking about here? Is that what's you? Is that what you're on? You're spinning at 1,040 miles an hour on a ball in the third dimension, third rock from the sun, corkscrewing through time and space. Is that what you're doing right now? Is that where you're at? Spinning at 1,040 miles an hour. And you're corkscrewing. You know what a constellation is? Constant constellations. You know, that debunks that heliocentric model. Nobody studies any of these models. All right. How about Vanna White? You want to go to some hey, Vanna, you want to go to some game show, get some comments out if you want to play, how about Monopoly? You can go pass go, you can collect $200 in here. I'll play Rubik's Cube and peel the stickers off or something as you're twisting and turning. Yeah, make me want to twist it. Oh, wait, that was the game of Twister. Or they get you bent over. Oh, boy. I think that's a candy bar. Never mind. That's O. Henry. I think it's old Roy. That's dog food. You guys are slower than hell. Oh. Wouldn't it be like if the Arctic completely melted? The Arctic's not going to completely melt. Because remember, the Arctic is gaining ice right now and has been for how long? The Arctic's not melting. Al Gore, get back in the closet, Al Gore. Your children are never going to see snow again. All the ice caps are going to melt. We're all going to die. Polar CO2, greenhouse gases. CO2 is plant food. Like I said, get back in the closet, Al Gore. What the hell is all that about? The ice extent has been gaining in the Arctic. You know that? Go look at it. Oh, we're losing in the south, but like algebra, we're gaining in the north. Gee. So nothing's going to completely melt. We're going to go right back to a frozen rock. You do not understand the cycles, do you? Brian, 400 plus thousand years, about 98.9% of the time, we're a frozen rock. Not some sunny, warm, tropical, 70 degrees and sunny all the time kind of place. We're normally frozen, just in case you know. Below 32 degrees, 98.9% of the time on this rock. So, didn't get any answers on the constellations and the third rock block ball spinning, corkscrewing through time and space at 1,040 miles an hour. How come nobody wants to answer me? You guys shy in the closet like Al Gore? Get back in the closet, Al Gore. CO2 is plant food. This rock is normally frozen, not some sunny place. Nobody look at any of the ice core data. Get all the strata, right? All this paleoclimatology records, right? Paleo records show all the different, isotope data at the rift zones and all this, it's all there for everybody to discover. Instead, they chose the Michael Mann hockey stick of 150 years. CO2 is going to greenhouse effect, run away, we're all going to die. When CO2 is the smallest gas out of all the trace gases. Trace gases. Gas, like coming out your flatulence. CO2 is plant food. You ever grow any cannabis, vegetables indoors? You pump that thing full of CO2, you're going to get bigger fruit, bigger flower, bigger vegetables, if you will. You're afraid of CO2 when it's the smallest gas. Remember corkscrewing and spinning on a ball? Block rock, third dimension from the sun? I think you're full of it. Hot air. Like NASA blew up that dot and you live on a planet ball, corkscrewing at 1,040 miles an hour spinning through time and space in the third dimension. I hate to break it to you. You're already in space if you look at the heliocentric model. It's like, you don't have to go to space, you dumbass. You're already in space. Nobody ever answered me, but anyways. It is. It's ball worship. Brian's got it. Brian's like, all right, we're debunking this year with a real quick. Ball worship, God's in the sky. Baal is sun worship. And Grove is tree worship. Baal in the Grove is exactly why Father divorced his bride Israel. God's in the sky. Brian comes in, debunks the whole chat out of nowhere. He's like, oh, we're going to life hack that one. So thanks for coming in, Brian. All right, but they do. These people think they're on a block or ball, and it's spinning at 1,040 miles an hour in the third dimension, rock from the sun, corkscrewing through time and space. And if you looked at the heliocentric model, just the constellations debunk that, and you wouldn't have to go to space because you're already in space. You know what I'm saying? What is wrong with these people? You don't have to go to space. You're already in space. It's like, wow, never thought about that, huh? Gee, but that's okay. I don't do the shapes or oh, this one time in Bend can't. Let's not talk about flat or round or little triangle, little shapes in here. We're a little more grown up than that. Letters. People fight over letters, shapes, and balls in the sky. Their balls and whatever. The man's nuts. Grab them, get them out of here. So these nuts. How about these nuts? DEEZ. These. All right. All right, but hey, well, let's go finish where we're talking about here. Speak about talking heads. He said stop talking. Uh-oh. Or stop making sense, like America, which makes no sense. Not S-E-N-S-E, but C-E-N-T-S, like penny, or like copper. We need to have the conversation before I get times in. All right, we can do another few minutes. Better get out of here. I ain't need to stay in here all damn night with you guys. Better do some research or something. Oh, man, what a day, what a day. One day closer to death. So, same as it ever was. Oh, same as it ever was. Got some Groundhog's Day going on in here, huh? Stuck on you. I got this feeling down deep in my soul that I just can't lose. So I know it's going to be super easy because the whole world is a bunch of idiots that thought that a virus was alive and that computers are alive now. And so this easy to tell everybody that computers are actually robots and they're alive and they're killing everybody. And then they'll have their robots rescue robots and it'll be Terminator and factions, you know, gold and silver robots like C3PO and R2D2 or whatever, you know, just full of trash or whatever. Because you can. Never makes no sense. Like America. But anyways, they'll pull their lies to the skies right up there over your head. Not heaven's not above your head, so I just made a short using that song. Uh-oh. I hope it didn't make it out of me. I can't sing for crap. So what was that? Some Lionel Richie? Lionel. Oh, we lost our light. Here, let's turn that around. She turned down. So turned down for what? Thinking, how did I get here, Jeffries? Oh, Jeffries. Salad. This guy's tossing more salad than you got like what are you tossing there? He's tossing and slapping. This guy sounds like a carnival or something. Like hitting the, you know, and slap that down on the floor. No, right. What are you tossing? Why you got salad? What kind of salad? Are you smoking the devil's lettuce or what? Devil's. What kind of lettuce you got there? You on the romaine? Or are you some garden variety? So, I'm not sure. You're in New Mexico, Texas, Justin, Texas, or like Justin Boots, right? Like some goat ropers. I'm not in Mexico. I want to be in Mexico. I want to be in Tijuana smoking homegrown Acapulco gold and then go to Acapulco, smoke some Acapulco in Acapulco. But no, I'm in Silver Lake in the high desert on the rim of the Great Basin where the oldest clothing on this rock was found, higher than a hippie and a B-2 bomber over Iran, but not on narcotics or anything like that. But mildly aged Mexico. Mildly aged. Not new, but mildly aged. I like that. Best comes in and, or Beast. Oh, damn it. Is it Beast? Best. My bad. I didn't mean to call you Best. Beast. Best. Eating barbecue iguana. I want to smoke some homegrown Acapulco Gold. So I'll have to smoke some homegrown white chocolate chip. Silver Lake, Oregon. I'm in Silver Lake, Oregon at the rim of the Great Basin. Out past south east of Central Oregon, Bend, not Oregon. So she said, huh? Oh, what? I can't hear you. So, but I'm in the oldest state, the oldest place in the, not the oldest state, the oldest place in the northern hemisphere. Stop growling at him. You'll be fine. You need to share the. You got plenty of couch. You're both big dogs. You'll be fine. So, but anyways, this place is pretty unique, and it's got a lot of historical and biblical value here. That's all I'll say. How many drones? They had drones over this house when they were SWAT raiding the house. That's a waste of the state's money. What do you think? Drones over here when they're SWAT raiding the house. What the fuck is up with that? I'm gonna make sure they pay for that, huh? Damn! But I wish I had a drone. Because they're awesome for security. You know what I'm saying? I got like a 30-foot tower I can climb up. About 3 stories high. Then I got a storm shelter about 3 stories below where I'm at now. 3 stories down on the ground. So I've got up and down covered. As is above, so is below. Got her, boy? Bubble, stop growling at him or I'm going to make you get on the ground. Yeah, scoot your butt over. There you go. But yeah, those are pretty good surveillance. You know, you just go up in the air and spin around and you got to fly around, kind of get a pretty good idea of, you know, let them see you coming. Oh, wait, so you can see them coming. But I'm not sure what you got there, Deacon. Chesed? Chest? Huh. I don't recognize that off the top of my head. I'm not sure why. What? Maybe I'm reading it wrong. If you ever want to, if I'm not sure which, if you do want to refer to anything online, if you're looking up like Greek or Hebrew, you can use your online eSword app and look up at it, and you'll see it. If it's in Greek, you'll see it's in G, or Aramaic, it'll say A, or Hebrew Old Testament, it'll be in the H, and that's the best way to find. I studied through that. You know, it's kind of a lazy way, but it's not, because it's right there. It's instant. You don't have to flip through the lexicon. It's like an app that has the lexicon on it for you. So that's how I study, one word at a time. Use the eSword. You could get the paid app too, which I don't. You don't need it, but it opens up some more of the app for you. Oh crap! All right, I'm lean back here for a minute. Chooch me on. Yeah, when a rabbi speaks, a crime is already committed. Yeah, he said, "Man, Father." Past tense of cheese. Cheese. Look at what never notices a past tense of cheese. That's pretty, hey. He's going with logic, simple logic there. You know, I like that. All right, this is some white chocolate chip here. It's a Girl Scout cookie cross grown out here in the high desert, out in the open, with chicken manure. Will be nice. Honey and, oh man, that's got some good. That's got that. That's that one that tastes like butterscotch. Oh man, I had a little bit of that yesterday. Butterscotch. So, you ever heard of Bubba cheese? Cheese? Is that maybe what it is? Like you already smoked it? Like past tense cheese? That was great. I like his logic. I want him on my team. At least he's thinking simple. Keep it simple, stupid. Why not? So. Man, that is tasty. That did good out here in the desert, I tell you. We're in Oregon, so it better be good. It's got that butterscotch taste. That's yummy. Would like having that for a minute. Tastes like the butterscotch. So, all right. Well, we better start winding down here. You guys are not much of a conversation here, but that's okay. We don't sit here and speak all night. I can talk to my walls or my dogs. No, we already put some time in here today, so I just want to come put this message out as I normally do. Nobody's going to figure this out until it's too late, till they drop all this tech on you, and then you'll have all this new tech, and the world will go on. It won't be the end of the world, but the world as you know it, it's going to be gone. You're not going to be able to get away with this sitting on here without being monitored. Everything you do be digitally tracked and traced, credit scored, tokenized, blockchain communism. So coming to every nation. Nowhere to run from the judgments of this coming flag event that they're going to tell lies to all your eyes in the skies and have you holographic and all this tech come out. And it's just going to allow them to continue. You're in the way. You're just like vaccinations or like mowing the grass to the elite, you know. They're just going to mow you down, get rid of you, get you out of the way. So best thing you can do is get out of their way and get your own system set up. That's what I've been telling everybody. Become a high-tech redneck. That's for you, Wag the dog. Have you ever considered that you're a fucking idiot and you're on a Wi-Fi router and I make my own power, so you have no fucking power? Your words are completely powerless because you're on a smart meter, which means you're stupid as fuck. You probably eat microwave corn syrup food and you too much tap water. You probably took the jab and you come in here talking shit, worried about what you see, and you worried about idolatry and imagery, so you failed the test already. You ever consider that I want a weaponized phone? You ever consider what you say before you open up your mouth? I'm out in the middle of nowhere, and you're on some fucking city grid. Go fuck yourself, you idiot. You don't have any power in here. Nobody all night said the damn thing about the camera, and you had to come in and open your mouth so you'll get all of it at one time. What a stupid fucking idiot. Can't sit there and be quiet and listen. Instead, they got to worry about what they see. Can you see this? Grow up, child. It's an adult stream. So, he said idolatry and imagery. Worry about what you see. Idolatry. Latria is to serve, and it was your eyes. Things of the dirt, little statues, big towers, things you see of the dirt. He don't want you to love the dirt. He wants you to love the word. And imagery. Things you see of the dirt, everything you saw from the dirt, guess where it's going to go? Back to the dirt where it came from, including you, your dog, your wife, your house, your car. He doesn't want you to love the dirt. He wants you to love the word. So he warned about idolatry, the service of your eyes, the service of yourself, and imagery. Things you see and things you see. Imagine he said he would send 2 witnesses. I wonder if it's those 2 thieves that hang right there on that so poor Wag, the dog, got thrown out of here, huh? Oh, got put in a doghouse. Who let the dogs out? Woo! Woo! I'm the big dog in here. Don't try to wag the dog with me. All right. So, are you ready for the false flag? Project Blue Book? Where they're going to drop aliens on top of you, which are just basically fake robots. Robots with fake neoprene skin or whatever oil daddy. You know, your dashboard's about 2 polymers away from your food that you eat at the grocery store. Your cheeses and your, you know, all that other good stuff there. The polymers, the plastics, you know. Lots of plastic, like eating credit cards or your dashboard. So, like gasoline, a couple polymers away from gas. Not that kind. B flat, you know. But, all right. So who's ready? Are you ready for the event? They've been planning for this event since World War II. Operation Mockingbird Media got you parroting that there's gods in the sky and fallen angel technology and that computers can learn and you're spinning on a ball, right? Alien is a word. Alien is a word. Alien is a word. There's no such thing as fallen angels or not aliens. Alien's a word. That's what the word alien is. Aliens, that's like 2 words, right? No, it's just plural, right? Alien. Aliens? Never mind. How about an illegal alien? I was watching this program, and they got they had the slime creatures from outer space, you know. Outer space. You get out of my space, but I think the world's ripe for the picking. So the sun's coming back to life here a little bit. I've been watching it. It's kind of an interesting thing that it's decided to do here, emit some energy. So we might have another 6 months, maybe another year of solar maximum before we do tip back into a solar minimum. We'll be in that stage for quite some time till we can potentially reach the next maximum. But I don't know if the sun does what I think it's to do. I think we're about ready to see a a major grid down type of scenario for the. We're due. We're overdue. Remember, a lot of things. 780,000 years overdue for a complete reversal of the polarity of our magnetism, meaning a pole shift. You don't have a pole shift until you go outside in your compass, right? Why did I say go outside? I don't know. Your compass would be pointed to the south. That's a pole shift. So we're not there yet. So the sun does it every 11. The moon does it every 22. Again, these things are very cyclical. I pay attention to these things like a madman. I've shown you these, yuga cycles, the great yuga cycles of the extinction events and all these things on this channel. So we're here. They know it's happening and they're getting ready for it. So eventually the sun will knock the grid down. It did it in the 1800s. It'll do it again. And that's what they're getting ready for. I know that's why they have military on 25 states of America. They're getting ready for this event. Sidetracking people with, Trumpstein Island pens or files or, nonsense. All this, a lot of distraction, going about 1,000,000 miles an hour right now. Warp speed, if you will. So, um, I'm pretty sure, like I said, if this sun does what I think it's going to do in the next 6 months, I don't even think we have 6 months with what the sun's doing. Not like it's the end of the world, but it's gonna hit us with a good sized flare. And the sun has been reacting, or magnetic canopy, the protection from the sun has been reacting without any energy coming from the sun, which showing that our magnetic canopy protection umbrella is failed. When we see auroras, that means that's that penetration of that ionized, deionized gas plasma coming through. It means our magnetosphere is failing. Although it's pretty to look at, we're not supposed to see northern lights at the equator. That's what happened in the 1800s. Now it's happening without having solar flares, so we're fucked. And they know that. That's why they have these hadron colliders, you know what I'm saying? So it's okay. They know what they're doing and they're dug in. So they're hoping that most of these people here on the surface just sit here and do what they normally do, just play video games and watch Netflix and smoke dispensary, electric dragon dicks, and get frontal lobotomized by smoking genetically modified whatever. Think about it. Have you ever been to Antarctica? That's called Operation Nanook. So, anyways, they're ready for this event, brothers, sisters. They'll be ready, and they'll move to through the cycle, and the show will go on. It's not going to be the end of the world like people think. That's that hopium fear porn bullshit with people thinking they're not going to do anything. Cry wolf nonsense. Y2K bullshit. Make people not want to even try. Those are the kind of people that are just lay on their back. They don't get out of the pot when it starts boiling. They accuse you of farting and they say, look, we got bubbles. And I'm like, dude, I'm getting out. They're like, bubbles. Like later, bubbles. But can't turn a goat into a sheep. Most of these people aren't going to do anything about it. And this has been known for thousands of years. This was coming. So it's not like they're making guesses here. So many of the cycles are been passed and they're here now, and a lot of them line up to a certain super cycle, and that's the one we're in now. So yeah, I know some people adore, they just, like, I don't mean to, like, every woman I ever got around her back, she was fucked, right? So, or screwed, just a joke, ladies. But some people got no kick in them. Come on, honey, like the Dog Star series. Anyways, they got no flip. They sit there and Oh, I can't do nothing. What do you want to come out of your bunker when it's the end of the world? And what do you just lay there and not even try? What a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I ain't tripping like that. I don't want to live. You know what I'm saying? You're, you're a door. You're a door? Like your door's ajar? Your door's ajar? That's pretty funny. Uh, yeah, you know what I'm saying? People have got no kick in them. And look, here's what I put it. You know what I'm saying? Some people are die hard. And I mean, I'm trying to fight anybody. See, we're trying to get away, not fight, right? Obviously, find a place to get away from bullshit, chaos. Don't be fighting people for toilet paper. You don't go to the store when the store's closed to buy toilet paper, the last roll, box, bag, or can crap. So, are you good hands? You got to set. Okay, but anyway, so, you know, people say they don't want to try, but we have to die trying. He said we need to endure to the end to be saved. Now, I'm not talking about like kicking people's asses and try to, but when I say die hard, I mean people that if it came to that, not like you would protect yourself. And I don't want to fight over dirt, but some people are like, they have no kick in them. They don't even want to try. A diehard person is going to, you're going to have to kick, you might kick their teeth out. They're going to put their teeth back in. You're going to knock them down. They're going to get back up. You got to beat the heartbeat out of somebody like this. You know what I'm saying? You got to beat every last breath. You better make sure they don't go up and come back to, because, and I remember this ain't about a physical fight, if you will, if that makes sense. Some people are diehard. You got to beat the living last breath at them. They'll put the teeth up. It's like a rider on a horse. They get kicked off, bucked off, they get back on. And if I die here on the battlefield, I hope that Father will bless me and reincarnate me as a soldier so I can live to fight again. you know, kind of, we're just not going to sit there and not try. So most of our trying is to get away from stupidity, get away from unprepared people, and have a way from, chaos. Why? When you could be away from people, out of sight, out of mind, and they know that. They're banking on that. They have most things. There's a whole underground world right now below your feet most people know nothing of. The chasms have been here for thousands of years. These cycles have been going for thousands. The Yuga, the Champ, the Heimrich, the AMOC cycles of the Atlantic. There's cycles upon cycles upon cycles. Most people never study any of this stuff, but we're here in a very special time that's been lined up for coming quite some time, and it's just a reset of many things, but it's not going to be the end of the world. And that's what they're banking on. For most people, are just going to be the low hanging fruit. They're not going to even try. Remember, why would you want to even try? Well, because you're supposed to die trying. Endure to the end if you want to be saved. So some of us are driven by that still voice inside our head that doesn't care what the world says about what we're doing. We just gird it in His service. We do the things that we know we need to do for the days later. The prize is not won here on this rock, although we may put up stores, we might not ever use them, but we may have extra fish and extra bread, if you will, to lift somebody up when they're hanging by a string. Charity works both ways, and Father loves charity. So be wise, and that's what I tell myself. I'm not caring what the world thinks. I'm going to just keep doing like what Noah did and just keep digging. My ark's, not above the ground water. This time's going to be fire. So I'm not trying to save my life, but I'm going to die trying. See the difference? You can't save your life. You're dead. That's already written. That's the greatest thing about it. So you got to die trying. So, um, if that makes sense, yeah, we're already in the Great Reset, Waylon. We already started the new age back in 2020. So when the Pfizer Johnson record earnings, Donald Trump sold more drugs than any other man ever on the history of mankind, ever single selling product. So he's technically the number one drug dealer, and that took place in 2020 at the start of the old greatest warp speed $2.2 trillion jab. Remember, Zero, I was telling you guys on this platform for how long, over a decade ago, about the reset, the great reset of the ego cycle, year zero, 2019, year zero, 20, year zero, 1, 21, 1, 2, 22, 2, 23, 3, 24, 4, 25, 5. Are you producing fruit? The parable of the fig tree. Oh, Waylon, listen. That's something that's never gonna in our lifetimes. That's something almost like starting a war, like's been over there in the desert with the the Shiites, and the Sunnis and the Shiite and all the that's been a battle for for thousands of years, if you will. They just did that again. They just opened up a can of worms they'll never put back in. You'll never get rid of the cartel. That will never end. This will be the demise of this current whatever. People have remember what happened in 2006 when they tried to cut off the heads. What happened? Two heads grew back, three heads grew back. Remember? Nobody knows that about Americans because they're stupid fucking idiots and don't remember what happens. You can't take over the cartel. Um, well, whatever, Waylon, that's fine. People, come at her, my people. So it's all right. People make mistakes. People think that, they have the hopium, if you will, or, that there will be some change. Remember, Obama ran on hope and change, and then Donald came in with the Kool-Aid, everybody with the Q, getting everybody hoping he was going to have a pizza party. I mean, an underground, whatever, you know what I'm talking about. He's a snake, and that is what it is. Hey, at least you learned, come out of my people. You're not going to vote your way out of this problem. You don't stand there with or somebody with a boot on your neck and pleading them to let you go. They're not going to let you up. So, uh, yeah, nobody ever pleaded the way out of their, you know, their demise, there, so to speak. So, not by it just doesn't work like that. Not with these elitists, man. They don't work like that. So, remember, I told you, whack the nations. Vaccinations are like mowing the grass for the elite. They're like, watch me turn a pound into some shake. No, wrong grass. Oh my gosh, I'm a goof. But anyways, I appreciate your testimony. No, I appreciate, what I'm saying? I appreciate it. That's cool that way that you can be honest like that. I don't hold it against you, you know what I'm saying? I don't hold it against people who took 2 jabs. I would never done none of that, but meaning some people, you know, they kind of like my buddy. He was Gary. He got in an accident out here, ran into a swather. They medevaced his ass out of here, and they told his old ass, "You can't get surgery unless you take this vow to the altar of Jabba." Right? That's fucked up, And then what if somebody didn't know, and then they like took another one and then figured it out? Oh well. I don't think it's the end of the world. I won't hate you. You're not sloughing on me or anything. I'm not worried about getting it or anything. That's all done with that. But 3 jabs, 4 jabs, 5 jabs, they're probably still wearing the mask, running around in public with a mask on, right? Acting like a mask hole. So you see what I'm saying? People make mistakes. So no worries, man. I ain't tripping like that. I warned of his coming along, but I understand people are trying to hoping that something will get fixed, and nothing ever gets fixed, does it? They keep, having their electoral college selecting whoever they want. Remember, Al Gore received more presidential votes than any history, any other president, and they still gave you baby Bush. Remember, kind of like Clinton was going to get it, Trump got it. Kind of like Trump was going to get it, Biden got it. They play games with people. It's called a selection. Yeah, see what I'm saying? There you go, Waylon. See, took 2. You know what I'm saying? So what, man? See, I wouldn't look down on either, especially if you guys were younger. I'm saying, it don't matter if you're young. I'm just saying because the jab didn't care whether you had big tits, little tits, big cock, no cock, whatever. I'm saying. Remember, money, no money, famous, not. It just did the job of the jab. So it never was about the crown virus, was it? Yeah, so I was trying to tell people, yeah, this mask thing, they're gonna stick you. Oh, yes, they are. So, but see what I'm saying? But you know what I learned too, more than anything, is that with that Jabadooski is if the first ones were the ones that were more toxic, if you will, and It was just a moneymaker after that. It really was. Remember, it had to be all frozen at first for transport. I know this thing because of chain of evidence, and I've got some medical, obviously, being first responder, understand. Remember, at first it had to be transported in cold and all this, and then they just kind of let all that go. So it's just a moneymaker. I mean, obviously, it did have an effect. I'm not saying that. But what I tell people now is if you didn't, I'm not giving any medical, but I think if you haven't been affected by it now, it's not going to mess with you. You're never going to get. And I know that, yeah, there we go. We've already been, there we go. There we go. Well, you got it. If they want to stick us, they're going to make us eat it. Do you inspect all your food? Do you grow all your own food, Waylon? I don't. You know what I'm saying? Do you eat anything from the store? Then you've already eaten it, and in a nano form, if you will. So they already said that. So you're on it. You know what I'm saying? So, because I know a lot of people are worried, like, because of short term, medium and long term trials, they didn't have that. People were basically putting themselves up as almost like a test subject. I don't want to say what I normally say, but as a test subject, because we don't know what's going to happen to these people in, you know, years coming. I don't mean to put everybody in that, lop them into that, because I told you, I think a lot of this stuff was just a moneymaker after the, um, although it did it had a lot of effects. I think the people it affected, if you notice, it almost affected them right out the gate. I mean, a lot of the people almost immediately. It wasn't long after. It wasn't some, you know, some creeper weed or something where it caught up with you later. Most of this stuff really hit people pretty quick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yep. So, but if that makes sense. So, anyways, like I said, it's not the end of the world for these people. I'm sure that most people who have, I mean, it's been quite a few years since that time, and I think it's grabbed up whoever it's gonna. If you were having side effects or whatever, you're experiencing it. And if you didn't have it and you made it through it, you took a couple of the Jabadooskis or something, and you're fine. There's some talk of people's changed their DNA, but that does not make you human or something. I know what they're talking about, but that's stupid ass shit. That's dumbass. You're not human because your DNA has been manipulated. That does not make you a human being. I'm so tired of the people with their stupidity with this, you know, whatever. I know what they did, but anyways, I try to think about what, because the short term, medium, and long term trials, that there still could be effects for people. But, I think if it affected you, it already affected you. And I don't want to give anybody any false hope or pretense, but from what I've seen, because I've been watching it since then, it seems to have died down a lot. Most people obviously are not having, because we're just basically almost starting to reach what would be medium term trials in testing for virology and things like this. So it obviously did what it was supposed to do. And I do think, again, when it first came out, it was very potent, and they were very selective on who they gave it and where it went. That's why they tracked it at first like they did, and then they just kind of let it go, and it was for profit after that point in time. So I think you were just getting some almost, and some of it was almost like a placebo, because remember, they weren't even telling you what was in it. They weren't even telling you anything. So almost like a sugar, they use as a placebo. People will, their mind will work. You know what I'm talking about. But uh, so I don't think most people didn't get very much. And I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed later down the road when they go try to test people and say, see, they all had it and they're all trackable and markable. No, not all of them are. Not all of them are. I've seen it. I remember people were setting up Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and stuff. They really had some people with some strong, whatever they put in these first, racks that whatever came out and that were frozen. But everybody forgot all that stuff. I'm never going to let any of that shit down, ever, like 9/11, that stuff. I'm going to keep track of it for the rest of my life, because I don't sit there and let people tell me history in a book. I pay attention. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to let them tell me history is written in a book, and that's one side of the story. So I'm not gonna let anybody tell me no story. I want to know the actual reality, what's going on here. So, but anyways, I appreciate the conversation with you, Waylon. I think it's sucks that people were so judgmental like that. Not like we're supposed to judge with righteous judgment, but like, oh, they're not humans or anymore, and all this. They're bad people because maybe they made a fucking bad decision. You ain't made bad decision in your life. I made plenty. You know, that doesn't make them a bad person. It's not like they committed a murder or something. They decided to put something in their body that they thought they were doing the right thing. Remember, there were different reasons, but yeah, you know, we're past that now. So I hope anybody who took it is past whatever, and I think from my looking at it, I don't think people are, having any medium trial effects. Like all of a sudden they're all going to disappear or turn into a monkey or something out of nowhere and be Planet of the Apes. There's not, because they're like, oh, they're changed. They're not human. Shut up. Shut up. They're human beings, man. It doesn't matter if they messed around with their proteins and their DNA. That doesn't make them not human. I mean, yeah, some of the stuff that it was just so hard to watch and be a witness to as a veteran. I'm like, dude, this is so crazy. The virus is not even alive, you idiots, So, but anyways, let's wrap this up, guys. I better spend some time studying a little bit here before I hit the rack tonight. I'm not going to go to bed right away, but I'll go ahead and look at these. Silver's hitting $52 and shit. So we'll go look at this. Some of this stuff is historical. We're breaking records here today with $2 on added up to silver, something like that. So almost $53. And what an amazing time to be a witness of these days, man. Interesting times we're in. So be wise. Have extra oil. Maybe some extra water filters. That'd be good. Handheld type, Berkey's are awesome. That's what I drink. Berkey water, Sawyer Mini, Life Straw. Have some extra beans and rice, some way to protect it. Something like that. Some long-term backpackers meals are awesome. So you don't have to cook later. Paper plates rule. So you don't have to waste water. You can wash your butt and have water for your lady parts if you're a lady. So get ready. It's not the end of the world, brothers, sisters. That's coming, but it'll be the demise for a lot of people who aren't prepared. So failing prepares, preparing to fail. Thanks for talking about preparedness. Please be ready about this, Project Blue Book is going to be this fake alien invasion, and they're going to bring in tech and their new monetary system. And life's going to go on, but it's going to be a completely different world than we live in now. I can guarantee you that. So it's changing every day, rapidly. I get something. So come back. We'll do it again. Father willingly, his will be done. Thy kingdom comes. Shiloh, the return of the bride, their groom coming to pick up his bride. So thanks for the support of the ministry. Everybody come in and spend all the time you guys spend in here. So remember, super value to me. Not more valuable than time. Can't buy it. Can't really make it up because it's going so fast right now. So if I've taken it from you, well, I apologize. I've kind of been known to be a time robber. So I'm not sorry, though. I do what Father tells me to do. Like I say, I was pretty kind of floored, just a little out of it. Not like that before I came in here. I was thinking about all the things that are going on, the days ahead. Today was Columbus Day. I didn't even cover any of that, too. That sucks. That's all right. But the old Puritans, I've covered it before in here, so it's been covered. But I thought I'd come in here and talk about, again, this Project Blue Book and, be ready. Operation Mockingbird, they're mocking everybody. So I'll be ready. I'll be one of these people say this is all a bunch of nonsense, like I always am. Like all what we're seeing now. It just doesn't add up to me. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, that's never going to add up. Ever will I allow that to enter into my brain and tell me that's okay. So they're doing it again. We're in that type of a situation where they're just resetting everything with a bunch of pre-planned you know, Hegelian dialect means problem, reaction, solution. So they've got the solution to the problem that they created to come in as the hero because they know you'll react. I'm hoping you can react in a fashion that Christ would. What would Christ do? Remember? WDCD, what did Christ do? You're supposed to do what he did. So that's all that matters on this rock. Take up your cross daily, deny yourself daily. My disciples, take up your cross, follow after me. Do what he did. All right, I'm going to go, guys. Thanks again. Appreciate the thumbs up, those who support this ministry. You don't have to. I ain't trying to pick up subscribers. Father makes it happen organically. So get your feet down in the soil when you can grow anything. It makes things a whole lot better when you grow organic food. It takes a big cut out of your food bill too when you can't even herbs on a windowsill, a tomato plant in a 5-gallon bucket, or potatoes. It's something. Grow something if you can. And he said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. That word's broadcast, to sow seeds. So don't go to sleep. I'm not talking about get rest, but I'm talking about spiritual. Okay, stay girded in his service. I'll see you guys in the next HD fat, not because of the quality of the high definition. The HD is because the high desert. So, and the fat's where the meat's at. We'll go come back and eat some more meat. We feed you guys some more meat, and not give you some watered down milk. So, Los, thanks for coming in, Waylon. Appreciate it. For you guys, gentlemen, coming in and hanging out for a while with me here, and let me come in here and spend some time with you. I think Deacon was in here. He might still be in here. Thank you, Deacon. I'm not sure. Jimbo, I think Jimbo was in here, right? I don't know where he came and went. And then your door. Your door's ajar. So much love, brothers, sisters. Thank you again for, yeah, till next time. Appreciate it, Lo. Stay hanging there. Um, if you need to get out of California, you need to come up here, let me know. This ministry is available. If you want to get out of California and you need to come up here, if you're not in a situation, I don't know, we'll talk to me. I have a predestined for light, you know, or whatever. We can make some kind of connection. Kind of have to vet you before you come up here. I don't want somebody to just come make this ministry garbage and ruin it. But if you're the right person, Father could have you come up here. It's available. So I've got multiple properties and stuff. I don't need to know your whole situation. But if your gut's telling you to get out of California, do it. Listen to your head, man. You too. Waylon, you sound like you're smart. You know what I'm saying? Listen to where your 10 toes will be where they're supposed to be. Father will tell you where it's supposed to be. So don't go running from something because you ain't going nowhere and escaping what is coming. Now, I'm going to try to go out of the country, but it's just take a vacation so I can come back here, you know, and finish what I started. I'll have kind of a duality going, and then I'll go on the road for a while. But it is here if you need it. If something tells you, even like I said last time, you know, just do it temporary if you need to. I mean, it's winter time's a hard time, but anything's possible. You know, all things are possible through the Father. But listen to your gut. Sounds like you're away from populace and you'll probably be better off. But boy, California just scares me. The whole place is just whatever. It's always been California, and I'm not afraid of it. But man, it's so just politically. I live in Oregon, so it's not much better up here. I don't care about this stupid blue or red nonsense. But some of the stuff going down there is just out of control. You know, just it's California is a state to be reckoned with, and it's something like the third largest economy in the world, you know, or something like that. It's a whole entity by itself. So it breathes, it's alive. So I grew up there. I can never change that. You know, that's where I'm from. But God, it's a beautiful place. There's so much there to do, but too many people for me. The populace is just a population density up and down that I-5 corridor is. Just too much. You know what I'm saying? Too many people, too many bodies for me for now. I live in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world, so I got a spot of the stars out here. We got the moonshine cabin rentals here too. So hopefully we getting some. There's work up here too if you need it. You know what I'm saying? Um, there really is. If you're one of those people who are motivated and you can work and you came from another country and you made it here, so you're probably not sit on your ass kind of person. So there is income if you had to come up here to try to balance off. This is actually a pretty good place to try to bring, not a lot of income. People come up here and can make it. Some people don't, but I don't know. I don't have any income and I make a lot of money out here. I don't know how I do it because Father, all things are possible through Him. So, um, but appreciate your time. Um, oh, we're just getting out of here. We've been talking about preparedness and the coming fake alien invasion. Project Blue Book is what it's called. So, government flying objects, GFOs, not UFOs. Get it through your head. That's old technology from Tartaria. Been around for a long time. So, all right. Like I said, listen to your gut there, Los. This important time to listen to your instincts, where people have forgotten to use those and how those even work, but they don't normally steer you wrong if you have a strong intuition. So, like a bird does not need to be told to fly south for the winter, right? It knows. He said, pray your flight not be in the winter. So, um, anyways, appreciate it, brothers, sisters, for your time. And I'll come back again if Father doesn't knock out our grid with the sun. So, we got some interesting sunspots. You got to look at the, all the helio viewer and the LASCO C3 and stereo head behind all these. There's all these angstroms of filters around the sun right now you could be looking at, but we got some pretty good sized solar uh, uh, we have two solar flares coming towards us. We have two sunspots that are earth facing right at the kind of the geolatitude right there where it's earth facing connected, or earth, whatever. I hate that word, but anyways, use your vernacular. And there's a massive coronal hole coming around again, which is going to put out that solar wind. And that looks like there's some more activity coming around the sun. And it's all this stuff's been super fast developing. So we'll see. It only takes one solar flare to knock all the grid down, like an EMP type of thing, but from the sun. So it's going to happen sooner or later, brothers and sisters. It's got to happen. Our magnetosphere is weakened by 40%. So that's what I've been planning on, is that more than anything. I know that's what they're getting ready for, is this weakened magnetosphere. So eventually the grid will go down and they'll bring it back another alternative grid. So, I think it's a bunch of bullshit, King J. I mean, I don't do this space bullshit. There's no comets like gods in the sky nonsense. I'm not saying there's not stuff up in our celestial firmament, but all this, it's fake, it's interstellar, we're locked in the firmament. There's nobody coming in and out of our atmosphere. So it's a bunch of bullshit. And it's probably more of this CGI imagery, which they've been planning this, holographic imagery for decades, a long time. So this isn't new. And I think it's a way for them to introduce their fake bullshit. Space, it's part of this Project Blue Book. You'll see. It's part of this Project Blue Book. You know what I'm saying? It's part of Project Blue Book. Look up this government flying objects where they call them UFOs or UAPs, but that during the 1800s, they studied all this technology that supposedly Hitler got fallen angel technology. Hitler didn't get no fallen angel technology. That's Tartaria technology. This anti-gravitics, perpetual polarity, free energy, all this has been around for thousands of years. It's John G. Trump who took this from the Tesla, whatever, and now Donald John Trump has it. So this is so easy to see what they're about ready to pull off. It is the fake alien invasion, and it is called Project Blue Book. You know what I'm saying? It's not a theory, though, King J. It's not a theory. This is Operation Nanook, which they took over the ice wall, so nobody can go out beyond the ice wall. It don't matter which way you go. It's going to get cold, is all I'm going to tell you. Okay? Okay, King? I'm telling you. He said, come quickly. Let no one take your crown. Kind of got a thing for crowns and kings, Solomon and Nebuchadnezzar and whatever. Another crown over here, but Shiloh's the king. But anyways, the scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. So either way, this has been, it's called Project Blue Book, not Operation Blue Beam. They have energy, directed energy, and holographic. But if you look, they studied the tech. It's just another one of these things where they're going to bring in this tech. Eventually, they're going to get away from this oil, and they're going to bring in free energy, anti-gravitics, perpetual polarity, ether technology, to where they won't need, and like China's 60% automated right now. Humans are about ready to be taken out. They don't need us anymore. They don't need us. Not like everybody's going to go, but they're going to bring this back down to what they said, 16 or 1700s population, where it was about 600,000 people. The guy Stone said 600 million, 500 million. They're going to do this. I know they are. I don't care what people think. And they're going to be allowed to do this. This is the time. This is the time. Whatever. It is the time. So they'll start with the Deagel maps, and they'll start with the Christians and the Catholics, all these people who believe in Jesus. So hope you don't consider yourself a believer in Jesus as a Christian or some of that nonsense. So the Word, he's the Word, Hope and Dash, not some house made by hands or some image or some idol. He is the Word, and he is the Word in flesh. That was Shiloh, but anyways, I'm not trying to turn goats into sheep. All these people who believe in rapture and all this nonsense are about to disappear before the end of this year. So, not my doing. I hope none of that happens. None of it. I sat there and called the COVID for it happened, and now this is happening, and I don't want it to. But go look at the Deagel forecast. They have America is 344 million or 316,444,000 reduced down to 99 million people. That means 216 million Americans are about to disappear before the end of the year. Yes, plastiline, and they've been doing that in Africa for a while. Just so you know, King J, he's not the first one to do that. He's the first one to use a microwave. So you know, these all. I love what the guy's doing. He's an amazing young man, and he's super motivated. I love his fire. He was here in Oregon for a little bit, but remember, he's not the first person to convert plastic into fuel, but he is the first person to use a microwave and solar to turn that into with his microwaves. So you know, people are like, how the hell do you know all this stuff, man? I've been studying for 30 plus years, and I study a lot. That's why I got to get off here so I can study for a good bit. So, I can't remember what his name. He disappeared for a little bit, but he reappeared, and he's got some sponsor, but that's cool. I don't know if you know that, but they have taken fuel and turned that. I mean, it's plastic. What do you think plastic is made of? It's made of oil. You know, I mean, the theory is super basic. So I'm not trying to take away from what the young man has done, because he's brilliant, and I like how he's just resourceful. I like when people use their head and can repurpose and renew. Everything I have on this property is pretty much repurpose, renew as far as what I build out of. So I'm trying to let his name come to me, but I don't think I've ever said his name. But heck yeah, I don't know. Did you know that, King J, that they have already done this process of refining plastic back into turning it into fuel? That's not a new process. They've been doing that in South Africa and Africa for some time. I believe other countries repurpose all their refuse, probably no waste. Most countries don't waste and just throw shit in the ground like we do here in America. We consume 40% of this world's resources. Okay, but what made his, King J, so unique about what he did? Damn it, come on, name. I'm trying. He's right there. His name's on my butt. Is that he used microwaves to do it, and which I believe sped up the process. You know what I'm saying? Using the microwave to do it, because he's got that you know, cosmos. Cosmos is the word, orderly arrangements. He has the orderly arrangement of those microwaves to help break that down super fast, where I think the process has never been done using microwave. I think it's been done with like using heat, thermal process, and things like that. So What a brilliant young man. I hate microwaves, but what a good process to take back and be resourceful, because there's always, like in everything, Julian Brown, thank you so much, Deacon. Um, there's fission and fusion. If you think about any kind of compost, any kind of natural compost, anything of that sort, and plastic is kind of the same thing, because all oil is a compression event that I keep talking about. Remember, I keep talking about a compression event. Look, bones don't turn to oil. There must have been hella stegosaurus, because they ain't run out of oil yet, right? Bones turn to oil, but that's not what the oil is from. Okay, that's the whole compression of the whole everything on this rock, everything, forest, water, land, air, animals. That's what makes that layer of oil in our rock. It's everything gets compressed. So, anyways, theory, theory. So you don't want to get any strikes here. They might strike me for that. But anyways, these compression events again. But my phone. Yeah. But anyways, they have used this process of taking, polymers and oil and creating just about everything we see now is off this oil, plastic, cars, dashboards, fiberglass. There's just, it's in everything. We eat the damn shit, Velveeta is one or two polymers away from your dashboard, which is two polymers away from your gas tank that you put in your car. So that's where this is going in the future, though. They're done with this. I'm not saying oil wouldn't serve a purpose, but in the future, the tech for energy is not going to come from combustion, and that's what is about to change. And it's been like that before. Remember, in Rome, they had pneumatics, air compression, right? Like pneumonia pressed, they had air, So if you think this is the first time we've had electricity, you take a magnet and you wrap it with copper and you spin it around. That's what these hadron colliders are. That's what they are. They're not smashing atoms. That's like the dark particle or your Big Bang. That's such stupid ass bullshit. But anyway, so that's going to make an electric toroidal field or electricity. So electricity's been around for millions of years, brothers and sisters. You think a computer's new. A computer's a math problem. But that's the problem with society today, okay? That they're going to fall for the fact that they think a computer is alive because they're already, Johnny 5 alive, and I'll be back, Terminator. They've been programming you, telling you lies to your vision so that you'll fall for this nonsense with these gods in the sky and robots and aliens, and it's all a bunch of hogwash. This is technology that's been here for thousands and again, if not millions of years, but they're just bringing it back. They're getting ready to get out of this combustion engine and go into, like I said, 60% of China is automated right now. You're just in the way now, brothers and sisters. When they can teach these computers how to fix themselves, because that's about where this industry is going, where everything's automated and now they still need the people to fix the computers. But once they teach the computers to fix themselves, you're done. And so we're already headed in this direction. You think I want this world to be like this? Hell no. That's why I like this organic life I live out here like this, like it's the 1800s or 1700s or something. I don't want to live in this modern world. I mean, I'm a high-tech redneck. I use my tools, but come on, guys. So be ready. This could happen any day. The lights could go out. They're going to make this big screen show above your head, and then I'm just going to go down in my shelter at that point, probably at that time, and just disappear from the world. Be like Noah and go in the ark, shut the door, and say, bye-bye, world, for a little bit. I don't want to do that, but I don't think I'm going to partake in none of that nonsense. Sit there and tell a bunch of lies to my eyes in the skies. I wouldn't even believe what I see anyway. So be ye ready, because they're going to start sending robots to your door, banging on your door. Welfare check at your door. Oh, nobody answered Lowe's door. DARPA dog coming in. Boston Dynamics dog coming in, Lowe's, for your safety. Welfare check. They didn't answer the door. We're sending in the dog. Are you ready for that, Los? Get the hell out of California. It's not just California, but no. A lot more dogs in California. So kind of crazy how fast that could happen, huh? Welfare check with the DARPA Boston Dynamic dogs coming through the window because you didn't answer your fucking door. Now it's in there tracking your ass, climbing up your walls and shit. So, crazy world we're going to live in, huh? Are you ready? It's going to become kind of Terminator-esque. You know, John Connor, I'll be back. Whatever. I'm not afraid of that shit. Father created all of these things, so I'm not afraid of robots. I'm not afraid of a SWAT team. I'm not going to be afraid of no robot. So I'm just not going to acknowledge them, brothers and sisters. That's my plan. So you know, I'm not going to acknowledge the tech. I'm going to try to avoid it at all costs. How are you going to escape it? I'm just going to try to avoid it, not even acknowledge that it's real, if that makes sense. I know that sounds crazy, but I might be the one last man standing because I put on the whole armor of God. So, all right. Thanks again, Los. Thanks again. I think, what was it? Waylon was in here too earlier. Deacon and King, thanks for coming in for a little bit. They had conversation. We ended up keeping her going, but that's okay. No worries. I found a booklet while walking in. It's about not fearing death. Oh yeah, don't fear death. Don't fear death. Death is an illusion. We'll talk about that next time. The doorway of time that never ends. How do you die, Los, if you are eternal? You're supposed to die to flesh daily anyways. Remember? Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. Death to self, die daily to flesh. Take up your cross daily and follow after me. So don't be afraid of death. It's a doorway. You get to go back to be who you are. This is just a meat suit. This is temporary. You're always spirit. You're always not. Remember, you come in and out of the meat suit, so you know. You're always going to be what's called hope and dash spirit. You're just always that. You come in and out of the meat suit. This is not a permanent thing. This is what makes us sin. This is what makes us the people that were, Father's inside us, the word Hokadesh, spirit, ghost, without flesh. He had the flesh, birth the flesh vessel. Christ, the word in flesh, but he doesn't exist without or with the flesh. And so if he left where his Father's house is at, he took his flesh. He's going to prepare that place, going to come back and receive us. We're going to lose this flesh in our next go around, just so you know. We don't get the flesh in our next time. We get that at the little season. We go back to the sin. You go with Father, he's perfect. He's blameless. He's without blemish, sovereign, and spotless. So how are you going to be with Father and be in a meat suit? And your new body? Oh, you'll get a new body. Your new body is that meek will inherit the earth. The ruled. You can't let over. You're going to gnash teeth for eternity, which is not forever, like you think. Death is a vacation. Death is a doorway. Death is an illusion. Death is time that never stops overlapping itself. It's an eternal time. So life is death. It's not any what you think. You've been lied to. Like time. Another doorway where one opens, another one closes, another one closes, another one opens. Do you see what I'm saying? Probably not, but people lose a grasp of time. Time is not some hands or hand pointed to some numbers on a wall or some digital analog. There's a clock above your head that tells time, but most people don't know how to tell the celestial firmament markers. Remember, they think it's 2025. It's not 2025. Who told you that? Who told you you were naked? Come on, grow up. All right, anyways, thanks, Los. Appreciate it. King, thanks for coming in. Remember, death is something we all, makes us all the same. No matter what, we all bleed red blood and we all die. So none of us are any different, remember? We don't do no races in here. One race, the human race, and we all die, correct? We're supposed to die to self daily. Remember that. So keep out there and take up your cross, be crucified, be suffering, and then you're on the narrow path. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, and that leads to hell, and that is no knowledge. So he said, my people shall perish for lack of knowledge. Remember? That's what you call hell. So hell's no knowledge. So come back. We'll gain some more in the next clean. And thanks for your time. But you can't get back what I just took from you, remember? What time, robber? I just stole another 30 minutes of your time. All right, thank you, brothers and sisters. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse.